can end that awkward silence. It's now 8 o'clock, so we can start with the meeting. First of all, colleagues, welcome this morning. We're here for a very important task. I think you'll find with the committee, this is a very committed committee to support what you are trying to accomplish. Obviously, we have an oversight role as well, and this process that we're embarking on is meant to interrogate what we are doing in order to constantly improve and provide the best possible service to the residents of the Western Cape. But with those words of welcome, I just want to do some call it housekeeping. I just want to confirm that all the members present are full members of the committee. There's no alternates. I do not see any alternatives. All the full members of the committee present. So if we can read that into the record. And then we have, she's also a full member of the committee. Member Kassim is just running a bit late. She did convey her apologies. She'll join us shortly. I would like to first introduce myself and then have the committee members introduce themselves. Then I'll hand over to the minister and her team just for everyone just to introduce one another. I'm Thomas Walters, chairperson of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, chairperson. I'm Member Boyson. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
My name is Benson Renzo, a member of this committee. Thank you.
I'm Danita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee.
I am Leon van Wyk. I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Benedicta van Minden, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, HOD, and all senior officials. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm a member of this committee.
I also understand we have two other members that joined us online, Member Lecker and Member Barnes. They can just introduce themselves as well.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pat Lecker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayanda Barnes.
Okay, and if I can hand over to the minister and her team to do the introductions.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'm Anna Marie, Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues. Hilton Arendse, Acting Head of Department.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members. Yashina Pillay, Chief Director, Security Risk Management.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is David Kutsia. I'm the Chief Director for Secretariat Safety and Security.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Simeon George, head up the administration at the Western Cape Legal Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, members and Chairperson. I'm Xoliso Angongwa, the CFO at the Western Cape Legal Authority.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Kim Seal, and I'm the Head of Office at the Western Cape Police Ombudsman's Office.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable members. I'm Oswald Reddy. I'm a retired Major General, the Police Ombudsman of the Western Cape. Thank you.
Morning, Werner Besaidner from the department.
Karen Botha from the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety.
Good morning, Noran Galant, Police Oversight and Community Safety.
Good morning, Damon Abrams, Police Oversight and Community Safety.
Can I ask that you speak into a microphone just for the record? Apologies for that.
Good morning, members. Razak, Department of Community Safety at Safety Promotion and Partnerships.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Fred Watkins. I'm the Director for Provincial Security Provision. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Heidi Souls from the Directorate Policy and Research.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. I'm Jack Mahakwe from the Department of Security Advisory Services.
Good morning. My name is Olongosi Matwa, investigator at the Western Cape Police Ombudsman.
Good morning. I'm Geraldine Isaacs. I'm part of the Western Cape Police Ombudsman.
Good morning. It's Aisha Fortune from the Directorate Community Police Relations. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members, colleagues. Anne-Marie Marshall, Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety.
Good morning, Chairperson and members and colleagues. I'm Gillian Lutz, the Director for Security Advisory Services.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Amanda Tissel from the Department, Director Policy and Research.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jill Daniels. I'm the Acting Office Head at the HOD's office. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. Mohammed Frizzler, CFO.
Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues. I'm Ansaf Mohammed. I'm the Director of Strategic Services and Communications. Thank you.
Right, colleagues, what I suggest we do is we start off with the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety as the first presentation. We will then do the Western Cape Liquor Authority and then the Ombudsman annual reports. Then we'll take a 10-minute break, and after which we will, as the committee, be asking our questions and going through the documentation section by section. We'll do, when we get to the questions from the committee, we'll do it in the reverse order. We'll start with that second phase of the meeting. We'll start with the Ombudsman, then the Liquor Authority, and we'll leave the big one, the most hefty document, till last. And we will determine the exact process when we get to that section. But for now, if I can ask the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, if I can ask you to present your annual report. So, Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and again, good morning to everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. After 3.5 months, if I'm correct, as political head of the Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, or Team POX, if you want, it is my view that this department has within its staff component magnificent expertise with which to tackle its complicated and at times indirect mandate. This department obtained its 16th consecutive clean audit this year. For this, I wish to congratulate all the officials responsible. It is an achievement to be proud of, still all too rare in the South African civil service. It requires a massive effort and a level of integrity which I wish could be replicated more frequently elsewhere. Our department has 2 amendment bills which we hope could become law soon. The departmental officials will inform you on the proposed improvements to the Liquor Act and the Community Safety Act, which we believe are imperative to improve the safety of the people of the Western Cape, the people whom we serve. Crime is an ever-evolving challenge to which law enforcement authorities, including this department, must be attuned. To this end, the department has identified 4 important drivers of crime in the Western Cape. These are firearms, alcohol harms, gangs, and extortion. Allow me to pause for a moment and focus on extortion, which is spreading throughout South Africa, with the Western Cape not being spared. I am made to believe this is the first time extortion features in this kind of presentation, which is both a pity and an unfortunate necessity. The city of Cape Town specifically is host to a menaced shadow economy with money, services and goods being extorted from an increasingly wide range of businesses, including spaza shops, nightclubs, construction and transport companies, to name a few. Specific extortion targets include downtown bars and nightclubs, as well as foreign migrant-owned shops in townships. A challenge when combating extortion from a law enforcement perspective is that both the criminal and the victim often consider it in their interest to conceal the transaction and not to report it. That said, rest assured that this department and its partners in both the South African Police Service and the City of Cape Town will leave no stone unturned to combat the scores of extortion with utmost vigor. That partnership between the province, the national government, the SAPS and the City of Cape Town has never been stronger, as exemplified by the Memorandum of Understanding signed between these partners in August. The practicalities of implementing that agreement are being hammered out at the moment, with the partners negotiating the all-important implementation agreement. I am happy to report that these negotiations are proceeding very well and that we should have an implementation agreement sooner rather than later, so that the man and woman in the street can benefit. An behavior through which cooperation between my department and the City of Cape Town is well established is the Law Enforcement Advancement Plan, or LEAP, which is funded by our department and managed by the city. At any given time, we have more than 1,000 LEAP members in the field to support SAPS in that vital work. After a successful trial run in Delft, it was decided to double down on the number of LEAP members deployed in the 6 worst areas, rather than spreading them too thinly. The 6 areas are Mitchells Plain, Delft, Nyanga, Gugulethu, Philippi East, which includes Hanover Park, and Kailicha. In order to ensure that no crime hotspots are left behind, we also have a rapid response unit of 120 LEAP members who can be deployed to any area facing a spike in crime. LEAP is a dynamic project informed by data and evidence, so this strategy will be reviewed after 6 months. In closing, members, you will now be exposed to some of the remarkable pool of excellence in the Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, none more so than our acting head of department, Mr. Hilton Arendse, to whom I owe a debt of gratitude and who will lead our presentation. I thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairperson, can I just check, was the expectation that we need to have a formal presentation?
I was pointed out by the procedural officer that my time allocation might have been overly ambitious. Please proceed. We'll manage the time based on how quickly you go through the presentation. So please proceed.
I'm asking for a formal presentation or just introduction of the report?
It's the introductory comments.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Chair and members, thanks so much for this opportunity, and thanks, Minister, for affording me the opportunity to lead this team. Chair, as you can see, we have 3 teams here. It's a POX team, and then we have the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and then also the Ombudsman, but we all operate as one single team towards improving safety. And as it relates to the report of last year, I just want to give a brief overview of the key initiatives that we've embarked on and the key projects. So you will all know that safety is one of our province's key priorities, and we're responsible for community safety, but also police oversight, but more so police oversight to improve community safety, not just police oversight for the sake of reporting. One of our province's key projects, as the Minister has alluded, is the LEAP program. We'll be partnering with the City of Cape Town and then also the Hans Seidel Foundation through the Hotspot program, where we improve safety in. Last year it was 13 LEAP areas. This year has been reduced, as has been publicly communicated to our citizens. And we're also using evidence significantly. And as I said, the Hans Seidel Foundation, within our organization, we have a research team that produce evidence, and we try to tackle safety through an evidence-based lens. Last year, we conducted a police census at each and every station, and the 151 fully fledged stations across the province, and we measured police compliance with the prescripts and the police performance requirements. We also have the court watching briefs. We have an oversight function that's aimed to improve the police efficiency and effectiveness, and it led someone to a few successes in that regard. So all police stations were also assessed for compliance to the Domestic Violence Act of 1998. And once again, there were few recommendations that we've made to improve the performance of SAPS in that regard. But once again, the work that we're doing is value adding and working towards improving the effectiveness and efficiency of our SAPS. Through Chrysalis program, we attempt to improve the outcomes of the lives of youth at risk. So they are already at risk, and we take them through the chrysalis program, and they become safety officers, and they assist us with various interventions throughout the province, either at the city or they get placed at other entities. And last year, we had more than 800 of them placed through the province. So we've also busy responsible for the safety of our buildings, the government buildings, and also the occupational health and safety within buildings of our staff and employees, and that is being managed by one of our chief directorates, and we've had significant advances in that space in improving that. This year, we're going to focus on the school safety, the safety of the schools during the off-season, but that's in the focus areas for the next year. Chairperson, we're very proud to also report that this is the 16th year that the department had an unqualified audit report, which means that Minister and I, who came in now recently, we could focus on the strategy and the higher value matters rather than having to focus on governance, because the governance is very strong in this department, and we now want to focus on how do we use that government as a stepping stone, the governance as a stepping stone to improve the services and specifically the safety of our citizens externally. So going forward, Chairperson, we will focusing holistically on safety of our citizens. We want to create a safety culture amongst our citizens. We want to strengthen community-based safety, shifting the responsibility for safety to our citizens. We want to improve policing and municipal law enforcement, because the city is quite good at municipal law enforcement, but we also need to look at the municipalities outside of the city, and that's going to be a key focus area. Victims and perpetrator recovery program that we need to focus on with partners such as correctional services, DSD and external partners, and then also strengthening our SAP's oversight and focusing more on the value of our oversight role rather than just doing the oversight as a checks and balance. And then lastly, the collaboration agreement that has just been signed by our minister, the national minister, and the city of Cape Town is quite key for us in our intergovernmental collaboration going forward. Chair, that is the broad highlights of our annual report. And just to say thank you to this excellent team. It's a strong team, highly competent, and we ready to respond to any questions that you may pose. Thanks.
I'm going to ask whether there is, and please keep it of a general nature at this stage. Keep in mind, we are going to be dealing with the report in more detail. But if I can ask the committee members, are there any comments or questions at this stage? I do not see any hands. So if I can ask the Western Cape Liquor Authority, if you can also make your introductory remarks.
Chair. Honourable Chairperson and members.
Just hang on for a second. I see a hand there.
Do you want us to engage on each and every report or presentation made, or we wait for all of them to table their presentations?
What I'm doing is I'm giving the opportunity on the introductory remarks, whether there's any comments on that, and then we'll get to the body of the report as well.
Yes, there is.
Right. Western Cape Liquor Authority. Oh, you have comments?
Yes.
Okay, over to you, member.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's important to welcome the MEC to this committee and also the executive. I must make the point that today's exercise is an integral part of deepening, of course, democracy in the form of accountability and answerability. And I think the Chair made this point. As this committee, we shall indeed refuse to any temptation to be shadow of the executive. Unfortunately, we shall assert the independence of this committee, as an institution. You may need to give us an assurance, MEC, that you would not only maintain, but also strengthen the collaborative relationship between your department and the South African Police Services in this instance. We do not think that police oversight and community safety MEC in this province relate with SAPS the same way you relate with the city of Cape Town. That's the need for this assurance in this meeting. But also, you are not an MEC of Cape Town, but MEC of the West. And the city of Cape Town is not the only municipality in the province. Therefore, an interface with reports, right, with other municipality law enforcement authorities will be important. And that seemed to be missing on your lips. Also, we commend the 3 levels of government for signing the cooperation agreement. And I think you also made this particular point. And indeed, and I'm happy that you elevated this thing of the implementation plan, that it has not yet been unveiled, and it should be unveiled as soon as possible. We are acutely aware that the fact that this is a new administration, there shall be continuities, from the previous administration, and also discontinuities in respect to programs and some policies in this instance. This statement is made against the commitment made by the former MSc, Ellen, in respect to providing administrative support to the South African Police Services through the employment of clerks in this instance. That was made by Ellen, who is now the Deputy Speaker, responsible for, who's the Deputy Speaker of the legislature. Now, I will leave it there at the moment, but I am tempted, Chair, to get into some of the issues the MEC raised, which are substantive matters, and maybe they will be found in the body of the report. Maybe I may need to reserve it for now, but these ones are quite important. But the issue, the elevation of the LEAP officers and accountability about it thereof is important. Maybe in the body of the report, we get into it.
Member, can I ask
exactly
you,
when you get there.
it is general introductory comments. What I hear, there's some of your inputs we can also look at when we get to the resolutions in the committee. So let's not jump the gun just yet. I don't see any other hands. So if you, Minister, if you and your team can maybe respond to the comments raised, and then we'll move to the Liquor Authority.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member. I just want to assure you that I and the department are committed to our rural areas. We visited, I've visited several of our municipalities already, and we have a platform where we addressed, and we had a workshop. Maybe our HOD can elaborate on that a little bit later. So we are committed not only to the city of Cape Town, but we committed the whole of province. And the MOU will also, this is more for a safe city MOU, but we did speak with the national minister about rural safety as well. So it's we committed to that. Then the other thing is I will elaborate on LEAP later, if it's okay. And then I will follow up on the commitment by Minister Regan Allen. I must admit I'm not aware of that, but I will follow up on that. Thank you so much. Maybe Acting HOD, you can say about the MOU that we will give feedback as soon as we can.
Thanks, Minister. In response to members' question, the fact that our minister is MEC for the whole province, and you will see that the current safety plan is very citizen-centric, or not city-centric. And what we've undertook is that we will review that safety plan for the province, starting with the district municipalities and the municipalities outside, and not necessarily starting in the city of Cape Town. So we do understand that shortcoming that we had in the past, so that we will be addressing, and we will be having sessions with them in the last week of October and the first week of November, having engagements with them so that they will give the first input into the review of the safety plan. As it relates to Minister's as Minister said, the commitment made to Prime Minister Allen, we'll have a look at it, and I think we firmly can commit that we'll honor any commitments that have been previously made by the Minister. And as it relates to the MOU signed by the three spheres of government, we are having an intergovernmental workshop tomorrow with the City of Cape Town and Fox and also SAPS. And we will be, after that session, we should finalize our implementation plan as soon as possible. But we needed each party to first understand what they're going to bring to the table. And then tomorrow we bring in all of that into one space, develop the plan, and then we'll be sending it out. So we are really working hard towards getting that. But there's also other matters. SAPS also had the interview process for the promotions, which delayed their ability to really give the inputs. But we're working on that. So.
Minister, I see you also want to contribute.
Thank you, Chair. I can ask Advocate Pillay just to answer the question about the assistance for SAPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In terms of SAPS chrysalis graduates are placed at SAPS CSCs. That's many chrysalis graduates have been placed there, and it's ongoing and successful. And many of the chrysalis graduates have been absorbed into permanent employment by the South African Police Service as well.
I do want us to keep the ideas there for the resolutions later, so I don't want to get into a debate at this stage and preempt the discussion. Is it something you can hold until the end?
No, not really.
Okay.
No.
I'll give an opportunity, but then I'm going to read it at that point. So over to you.
So do you confirm your response as a commitment made by Ellen?
May I respond, Honourable Chairperson? I was the head of department for the previous financial year, and we had started an initiative with the South African Police Service that Minister Allen had referred to. And as I indicated, it's been very successful. It is a work opportunity between 12 and 24 months. When chrysalis graduates finish their training at the Chrysalis Academy, they are then placed at the SAPS CSCs to be of assistance. So I confirm.
We'll get back to that later. So we will pick up some of the issues under resolutions when the committee deliberate as well. I can ask, can we go to the Liquor Authority, Western Cape Liquor Authority?
Honourable Chairperson and honourable members, thank you once more. Can I take this opportunity first to table an apology on behalf of the Chairperson of the Board, Advocate Khoza. We do, however, have representation by a member of the Board. Thank you.
Let me just see there, just before you proceed, Member Benson, is it pertinent to the presentation?
No, I just want to make this request. Whilst an introduction was done, right? But it will be important, perhaps, for one, when he's going to make a presentation, that he or she briefly introduces himself so that we can be able to know and note that.
Sorry,
I'm saying whilst an introduction of all of us was done, but it will be important when one is going to speak, just to indicate his or her name for record, so that some of us can be able to note that. Thanks.
Okay.
Honourable Chairperson and honourable members, again, Simeon George. I head up the administration at the Western Cape Liquor Authority. I repeat the first statement I made. Advocate Khoza is a practicing advocate, unable to attend today. We have a member of the board, Ms. Abdul, in the audience here, and she's also a member of the audit committee for later this afternoon. Chairperson, I will stick to a brief introduction of the Western Cape Liquor Authority's annual report. I believe the report is extensive in terms of explaining the operations of the WCLA over the past financial year and covers all aspects as those are prescribed. Maybe just to indicate, I think it's an important to understand within the context where the 5-year strategic plan since 2019. The year that we're reporting upon now is the 4th year of that cycle. And we are now currently in the final year of that cycle. And we've started as led by the provincial Western Cape government, we've started now in terms of developing the new documentation or the narrative for the new cycle. With that having been said, Chairperson, I would like to just maybe reiterate, I think for many people, we make often assumption as to what the Western Cape Liquor Authority is all about. There are two key considerations. The one that I'd like to register is simply that the Western Cape Liquor Authority is the regulator for the retail of liquor and the micro manufacture of liquor within the Western Cape. All the provinces have those very specific mandates. Furthermore, to that, of course, is an understanding that within the Western Cape Liquor Authority, you have a quasi-judicial structure, which is called the LLT, the Liquor Licensing Tribunal, which is then independently functioning in relation to deciding liquor licenses and what happens to those licenses once they are granted. And a further consideration to that, there is also an appeal tribunal to reconsider appeals against the tribunal findings. I think that's a very important understanding. Secondly, that I also like to say that the Western Cape is mindful of the provincial treasury instructions over the last 2 years, taking into account, I think, the serious considerations around budget going forward. And then also very importantly, is that the Western Cape Liquor Authority has embarked on a process whereby it's assessing its current structure or has assessed its current structure to see to what extent it remains fit for purpose as far as the growth of the organization. It's a key consideration. It's registered both in forwards of the advocate, chairperson, and also myself as the CEO. Chairperson, we welcome the opportunity to present the annual report before this oversight body today, and we'll do so to the best of our ability. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, in the same vein as the previous introductory remarks, any comments from the committee members? Going, gone. Sounds like an auctioneer again. The Ombudsman, if we can go over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, the committee, Honourable MEC, Minister Murray and colleagues. Our report is submitted in terms of Section 13.1 of the Western Cape Community Safety Act. And this is my third report. I've been appointed on a 5-year non-renewable contract. I'm Oswald Reddy, a Major General who retired from the SAPS. So in terms of the broad overview, we were fortunate when we had our strategic planning session that the newly appointed MEC, Minister Murray, was invited and she accepted, and it was her first public engagement where she met with the personnel and the management of our office, and we interacted. In terms of the core mandate relating to investigating complaints against the police, which are both SAPS in the Western Cape and the Cape Town Metro Police Department. The total number of complaints that has been lodged with our office from the inception of the office in December 2014 up to the 31st of March 2024 was 4,756. More of that is in the report, more details. For the previous financial year or period under review, we had a total of 423 complaints. The Western Cape Community Safety Act emphasizes the focus to be on data-led and evidence-based policing. And we decided to look at the LEAP program and what type of complaints were coming from those 13 stations that were the LEAP stations in the previous financial year. And of the 423, there were 94 complaints that emanated from these 13 priority stations. Fortunately, there were no complaints against the LEAP officers. The unfortunate situation we find ourselves in currently is that as the Western Cape Police Ombudsman, we do not have any investigative powers to investigate complaints against the LEAP officers because they form part of the Cape Town City Municipality or Municipal Act. In terms of, the community engagements, we've done extensive visitations. We've included now a QR code so that it's easy for the community to download our complaints form and complete it online. With our new head of office compiled our first edition of our newsletter, which we will be circulating every 6 months. So the first semester of the current financial year, we've managed to get that out. We want to extend our footprint throughout the province, and we have an office in Mossel Bay that our personnel use when they are doing investigations. Our head of office is currently engaged with discussions with the Saldanha Bay municipality, where we're trying to establish a similar office out there because of the vast area and the fact that our office is concentrated in Cape Town itself. In terms of some of the challenges that we have, one of them is the shortage of personnel. Last year, I reported that we were on the verge of appointing filling 5 new vacant posts. 3 of them were permanent and 2 were on a contract basis. Unfortunately, although the status was sort of final stage of employment, the fiscal constraints that came through then put everything on hold, and those 5 posts were not filled. In addition to that, we also lost 3 additional personnel during the period under review. One of them was our previous head of office, who resigned at the end of October last year and took up a business venture. But fortunately, between the Office of the Police Oversight and Community Safety, they assisted us with our current head of office on a lateral transfer. We also lost a it's a case flow officer. That's crucial to our operations. She was promoted and transferred to the department. That vacant post hasn't been filled. And the third one is we lost an investigating officer at the end of January. He also pursued further studies. Unfortunately, in July of this year, my PA also resigned and took up a position with the Department of Health. So it's a bit of a challenge. However, with the meeting with the minister and the acting HOD, they have provided us with additional funding for overtime so that the workload can be managed to the best of our ability. And our posts are currently under review through the due processes. The other challenge that we have relates to our powers. We have non-directive powers relating to our investigations. So after we conclude an investigation, we make recommendations to the SAPS and to the Metro Police. And as a result of the cordial working relationship that we have, they then give attention to that. However, that power is also vested in this committee, where this committee is able to summon the provincial commissioner to come and account on a quarterly basis on the steps taken in relation to the complaints that we have found substantiated. That quarterly report is submitted to the committee, and it's also submitted to the Minister, Murray. The other matters, we don't have post-monitoring powers. So once our investigations are finalized and they go out, we don't know what steps have been taken by the police. We don't also have own initiative investigations. So if we see something in the media, etc., we cannot initiate an investigation from our office. We have to wait for a complaint to come to us before we start investigating. This committee also plays a vital role in that respect or that regard, in that the Act provides a special section for members of this committee and the provincial legislator holistically to lodge complaints with our office. If you are engaged in the public meeting, etc., and there are complaints against the police, then as a member of this committee or the member of the provincial legislature, you are free to complain to us, and we will then conduct the investigations. So these issues have been taken up, and it's on the due process for review of the Community Safety Act as part of the amendments. I think finally, before I conclude the introductory remarks, is just to say thank you to all the role players that support and assist us, including the Department of Community Safety, Police Oversight and Community Safety, and the personnel who are really trying their best to improve the levels of service delivery to the people of the Western Cape. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Colleagues, any comments from the committee on the introductory remarks that have been made? So any, I have your name. Just check the online. Yeah. Over to you, Member Benson.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opening remarks or the brief overview. But given the overview you presented and principally you are demonstrating or indicated here that you have serious limitations over the LEAP officers, limitation over South African police services, you know. And I understand why. You are a Western Cape ombudsman with a particular responsibility, we are told. And there is a legislated body called IPID with investigative powers, right, to deal with the conduct of police members. Given your experience in the field, is there use value for the Western Cape Ombudsman in this respect, given the limitations you yourself outlined? Or is it just, maybe you may not say it, it's just a waste of taxpayers' money? Thanks, sir.
Members, if I could just ask you, when you make inputs, please speak into the microphone, just for my benefit, that I hear the questions. But I'm not sure how should I say Major General, or should I say Mr. Ombudsman? But did you get the question? Okay, please respond.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. The distinction between the police ombudsman and IPID. IPID deals largely with criminal conduct of the police, and our office deals with police inefficiencies, and that mandate is much broader. IPID has a restrictive mandate in relation to complaints. So the question one needs to ask yourselves in relation to the effectiveness of an office, especially one that deals with complaints, should relate to what is the current level of service delivery to the people of the Western Cape by the police? Do the people trust the police, and are they happy or satisfied with the service that the police offer? The Human Sciences Research Council, in their last report, looked at the levels of trust between the people of South Africa and the police. And unfortunately, the report indicated an all-time low of 27% levels of trust in the police nationally. However, in the Western Cape, the position was even worse. That in the Western Cape, the figure was 22%. Was the level of trust. So our office, in dealing with complaints, we also attempt to mend the relationship and build a partnership to ensure professional policing. And if you look at the number of complaints that we deal with, many times we deal with some of the critical issues. As you go through our annual report, and we've put a few case studies of what we have dealt with, it shows you that there are serious concerns. The new Minister of Police was appointed recently, and one of his first engagements was in Mannenberg, Hanover Park area. And we were invited as an office, and we attended that session. It was surprising that there were more than 30 complaints raised to the National Minister. I was making a record, and my page was full when it reached 30. So the people of this province, the people of this nation, have issues around the way they are treated. They have issues around the levels of service delivery. When they call for help from the police, when you look at the crime rate, etc. And someone needs to look at that. If you deal with it internally, there's always suspicion of a culture of cover-up and non-transparency. But when you have an independent body such as the Ombudsman, it gives you a lot more credibility, because the accountability is to this committee, firstly, and this provincial legislature. So I would say that the mandate differs between the two, in that IPID focuses on criminal matters with a restrictive number of matters that they can address. Ours is more broad-based, and we deal with any complaint that comes through, with the exception of the points that the Honourable Member mentioned, that we do not have directive powers. And ombudsmen around the world, many of them have, they do recommendations, and the recommendations are normally adhered to or upheld. But then it's based on the relationship between the ombudsman and the body involved. But that's where the important role of this committee comes in, because you have oversight over the police, and our office can be invited. The minister also has an oversight function. So in terms of holding the police accountable for our investigations, the Act and the regulations specifically were amended. The original regulations were in 2015, but the regulations were amended in 2020 as a result of those shortfalls that were identified. The other shortfalls are a work in progress with the amendment of the Community Safety Act. Thank you, Chair.
I see Member Lekker on the online platform. Member, if you can pose your question.
No, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody, once again. Let me appreciate the introductory remarks made by the Ombudsman himself. And I think what becomes key are critical issues and shortcomings that he has identified. One would be the personnel within the office that some are leaving the office due to greener pastures and some for one or other reasons. But I think what becomes important is the fact that once you have your strength being reduced, you are bound to have serious problems in terms of service delivery. And perhaps in the report itself, we might be able to get into the detail as to what is in place to fill in the critical vacancies in terms of service delivery related. To Chair, I think what becomes important and has been highlighted even by his input is the fact that you have these statutory bodies that, for a lack of a better word, are toothless. The fact that you have recommendations that you wouldn't know whether they are implemented or not implemented talks to the issue of whether that statutory body has got limited powers or they've got full powers to ensure once you drive the the agenda, at the end of the day, you are able to reflect on your successes and your failures into that so that you can improve better. And my question, therefore, would be, isn't this an opportune time, and maybe the MEC itself would be able to respond to this, isn't this giving us an opportunity to ensure that we strengthen the office of the Ombudsman? If they can't be strengthened in terms of the legislation, then for me, I think it's going to be important we look into whether we need to direct those resources that were putting into the office of the Ombudsman to elsewhere, because seemingly we have a statutory body that is toothless. So my question therefore is, isn't this an opportune time to strengthen that particular office in terms of the legislation, to give them powers? Moreover, there was an exercise that was done when ICD had similar issues. They had similar issues to an extent it led them to become the IPID, with more powers being given, including reducing the number of cases that they have. Service delivery related were then referred to the office of the inspectorate. And for me then, therefore, if you've got the office of the inspectorate in the police, you also have an ombudsman. When there are issues of not having enough powers to enforce your department's objectives, then why have the inspectorate and the ombudsman in the same vein of ensuring that services are rendered and attended to complaints of civil society? Thank you.
If I can, Major General, if you can respond. I also believe there was a question posed to the Minister, so I'll give the Minister an opportunity to respond and then we'll proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Member Lekker, for your question. We will build your recommendation, especially about that the Ombudsman, in this case, General Reddy, don't have insight to what happens to his cases. We will build that into our collaboration agreement so that he will have more insight. HOD, maybe you can help me with the legal wording here. Thank you.
No, you've got it right, Minister. We have discussed that matter. We will be building it into the collaboration agreement, but also when we're going to review the Western Cape Safety Act, we will be able to strengthen that specific capacity of the Ombudsman, building it into the safety community, the review of the Safety Act going forward.
Colleagues, please keep that in mind also when we get to the resolutions. Major General Reddy.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to the member, thank you for those questions. When it comes to the personnel, it's difficult to retain them if you don't have appropriate incentives. So when people find greener pastures, they sort of take that opportunity. However, those that remain are at this stage carrying an increased workload of the shortfalls that we currently have in place. And as I mentioned in my introductory remarks, the Minister and Acting HOD has provided us with some overtime so that we can cope and try and clear backlogs, etc. Now, once again, when we talk about the Inspectorate of SAPS, they are an internal body looking at themselves and complaints against them. So when you talk about the credibility from the member of the public in terms of a complaint lodged to an internal organization, what steps are taken and how they deal with it is actually not made public. The Western Cape Police Ombudsman is now going to be 10 years old in December of this year. It is the only ombudsman of its kind in the country. And we recently attended an international event in Botswana, and we realized it's the only ombudsman in the African continent. So many of these countries want to learn from us, and some of them are visiting us. Others have made arrangements to get copies of some of our documents, etc., to try and understand, because it seems that policing around the world is always a contentious issue when it comes to the misuse and abuse of powers and how police officers treat a normal citizen, even a criminal. Person is innocent until proven guilty. So creating an opportunity for an independent body to look at complaints, to my mind, was progressive and remains progressive. However, these shortfalls were identified by my predecessors. The first ombudsman was Advocate Vusi Piccoli, followed by Major General Brandt. I'm the third in office. So unfortunately, the wheels of justice turns a bit slower than one would expect when it comes to legislative reform or review. And the work in progress in terms of the amendment of the Act, I believe, is at an advanced stage. So it's a matter of time before the Act is amended so that we can be given the powers that we require. And although it may seem as though because we only make recommendations that we are toothless, Section 30 of the Act gives us extensive powers in terms of our investigation, which if people fail to comply with our requests or directives in terms of investigation, they can be guilty of an offense and subject to a period of imprisonment of 3 years or to a fine or to both an imprisonment and fine. So we're not necessarily toothless. However, when it comes to the recommendations, it's actually a recommendation. It's not a directive, coercive, where they are forced to implement our recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I've been listening to the comments and the inputs made by the members. They are all valid, Chairperson. But Chairperson, I'd like to recommend through you, with your indulgence, Chairperson, we the lawmakers, we're listening to the challenges from the entities. The entities are informing us what their challenges are. And as I'm listening to the challenges, some of the challenges requires either amendments to legislation, new legislation, etc., etc. So I would then recommend that when we deal with the recommendations, we might be accusing the ombudsman for not having teeth or whatever. We should give him teeth. There are case laws in the country where the public protector at one stage also was seen as having no teeth. She was given teeth through legislation. So I would recommend to ourselves that let's hear the challenges, and when we deal and where we agree, like Member Lecker have covered me by saying it looks as if, you know, that there might be some duplication or there might be some waste of taxpayers' money. Those are the things that we need to deal with so that we can prevent that from reoccurring. But I am fully aware of the purpose of what we're dealing with here. But at the end of the day, if the officials, if the professionals can't deal with matters, though, that is where we come in, and then we deal with that. We either fail in it or we succeed in it. Thank you.
Member Boyson, the reason I'm allowing the initial questions is that we get a feel for the meeting. You know, that I think it's important that we find direction in the beginning of the meeting and we put some of the issues on the table. What I won't allow is a debate, a preemptive debate on the content of the annual report, because that's the next section of the meeting. And I also believe that some of the points raised are what we're going to be dealing with under resolutions at the end of the meeting. But maybe just for the members' benefit, what a couple of things I've identified for discussion. We don't need to discuss it now. The rural versus urban matter that came up, the memorandum of understanding that we need to delve into that deals with different levels of government, the extent to which we support the statutory body, what we need to look at in terms of legislation to deal with the weaknesses that we will be picking up during the course of the meeting. So these are some initial themes that we will revisit when we get to the resolutions later on. So if I can ask colleagues, let's clarify the issues. Let's get a sense of what is being meant with the introductory remarks. What we shouldn't have at this stage is a preemptive debate before we even get to the report itself, or alternatively get a debate between members going. That is not the opportune time. Colleagues, but in that same vein, clearly my time allocation in the beginning of the meeting was incredibly ambitious. I expected the inputs to be that of, like politicians, far more lengthy. So we actually have more time left. It's a bit early to take a break. So Major General, if I can ask that we go into the body of the annual report of the Ombudsman. Colleagues, what I'm going to be doing is we're going to be going through it section by section. We have both the department and the Ombudsman office present to deal with any questions that can be raised. And colleagues, then at the end, whatever issues emerge from our questions, let's hold it for the resolutions. Knowing this committee, I suspect we're going to have a rich set of resolutions and a lot of common ground as well. So colleagues, if we look at, so we're moving past, we're not dealing with further questions now to the presentations. We're moving now to dealing with the report itself. Now, I want to make a process proposal, but the committee must guide me in this regard. You will look at part A is general information that enhances our understanding. I believe in the introductory remarks, you covered some of that as well. My suggestion is that we don't need to deal with it page by page. What I will allow is if there's any comments or questions for that entire section people want to raise. And then I suggest that part B, the performance governance, we deal with it subheading by subheading. We can interrogate that more closely. Is that agreeable to the committee members? So, okay, what I'm suggesting is part A, which is general background information, speaking to the mandate of the legislative mandate of the committee, that we deal with that as one section. We don't have to deal with it page by page, that I give opportunity for any inputs on part A, and that we deal page by page with, so in other words, subheading by subheading, we deal with part B and part C, that we deal with it more rigorously, given the rest is background information. Is that agreeable to the committee members?
I agree, Chairperson.
I see Member Lecker on the online platform.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check, when you say we deal with, I understand part A, part B and part C, does that mean even in terms of questions, we're going to ask questions just anywhere, or we're going to follow page by page? Because you said we can just deal with it randomly. So can
No. Member Lecker, I don't suggest we deal with it randomly. What I suggested is we take part A, which is 4 pages, 5 pages. We ask whether there's questions on part A, and then the rest of the sections, we deal with it page by page, because part A is general information. Does that make sense?
It does, I agree. Thank you.
100%. So colleagues, in terms of part A, general information, if I can take hands from the committee, any questions or inputs from the committee members? Colleagues, I do trust that you've read it before. Maybe to kick it off, a question of clarity from my side. I just need to get the right page number. When referring to your mandate as the ombudsman, part of what you receive complaints on is conduct of call it the police service. But you also, my reading of it is also if there's a breakdown of relations between the community and the police. Now, would that include concerns around community policing forums, neighborhood watches, or is it limited only to the police service and their relationship? To what's the boundary there? So for argument's sake, I've received a couple of complaints where there's within a CPF, there's complaints, and a lot of them are it's very difficult to assess the veracity of it, where there's personality clashes, to what extent it affects the actual relationship between the police and the community. Does that fall under the ambit of the Ombudsman's office? That's a question from my side under part A. Colleagues, are there any other questions? Member Benson and then Member Kassem. Member Benson?
Related to the question posed by the chair of the committee, and in respect to the mission of the Ombudsman, and what can you take out from the advocate Vosipikoli report, which the report was commissioned precisely to deal with this question? Thanks.
Member Kasim.
Listen, in terms of the report, it says there that the Ombudsman obviously have to do oversight and to check the conduct of SAP specifically. So I wanted to check, and it takes me back to the question that I asked in the previous committee meeting with regards to the response from Minister. Minister asked SAPS, when my question was specifically how many drug houses were shut down in the Western Cape for the past 5 years. And Minister's response was that SAP says they do not have the functionality, if I'm correct, on its corporate systems to monitor or to record the requested information. So I wanted to check, where does the Ombudsman come in here, and what is your role to ensure that that happens? Because why, if we look at the Cape Flash specifically, I think it's critical to record such information and also for public interest. Thank you.
Okay, I see an online hand. I'm not 100% sure whether it's an old hand or a new one. Member Lekker?
It's a new hand, Chair. Thank you. Mine is around the vacant posts that you have in the office that are critical. That one would be your investigators. What is in terms of your hierarchy in the office? What is a number of investigators that you're supposed to have, what you have at the moment, and what is the plan to fill those vacancies, those critical vacancies of investigators? Thank you.
Colleagues, I don't see any other hands. Over to you, Major General.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. In relation to the first question, the breakdown in relations usually is not internal. When you have internal issues between a CPF or Neighbourhood Watch and the local police, the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety have a specific directorate that would come in and would deal with that. But if it's a general complaint from the Neighbourhood Watch or the CPF representing the community at large about the break in relationship between the police and that community, then we would come in. Because anyone can lodge a complaint with our office, including members of the CPF. Although they are partners and should be working closely together, if there's a poor cooperation or lack of cooperation between them, where they raise issues that the community bring to their attention and nothing happens, they are then free to come to us to address that. Member Benson, the question relating to Advocate Piccoli. Now, if you look at the history and background of the Office of the Western Cape Police Ombudsman, where and when did it start and why did it actually come about? It relates directly to the Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry, which you have referred to. Advocate Piccoli was a co-chair on that with Judge O'Regan. And what had happened, as I'm sure all committee members would be aware, the members in the Khayelitsha area, in fact, the greater area, not only Khayelitsha, complained about the levels of poor service delivery by the police. And that then was reported to the Premier at that time, around 2010, etc. And the Premier then decided that the Commission of Inquiry would be launched to look at these complaints. And as one of the recommendations from that committee, it was that there should be an independent body or method of looking at some of these complaints that are given. So I think it was Member Lecker that mentioned the ICD. The ICD had their own challenges, although the mandate was broader in terms of investigation, but their powers were limited. And with the change of the Act, that was then taken care of, and the number of matters that they currently look at in terms of their mandate was then restricted. So with our office being in place, and the fact that it's difficult to benchmark because it's the only office, Advocate Piccoli then put these measures in place to try and address the concerns of the communities that came to complain about the levels of service delivery. Part of that, in fact, I think it's a recommendation 2 of the Khayelitsha Commission of Inquiry report, mentions that a procedural justice approach must be adopted by the police. And that relates to building trust and confidence between the community and police. So if you look at our vision, it's a society where there is trust and mutual respect between the people and the police. So we try to address that in that context so that we're still giving effect to the recommendations of that commission report. Member Kasim, in terms of the specific investigation that we conducted about 2 years ago relating to the drug houses, as you correctly point out, this is a major crime generator and crime contributor in this province, in fact, in the country, that results in so many cases being opened and so many different types of offenses occurring, including murders, etc. So the challenge, unfortunately, is that we do not have that post-monitoring powers. The former MEC Minister Regan Allen raised that issue. In fact, he was a complainant in regard to that matter. And when I had provided him with a copy of the report and feedback, the highlight that I had given him was Section 19 of the Act, which allows between the provincial parliament, this committee specifically, and the MEC of community safety, between the two, you have powers to hold the police accountable. So in terms of the numbers, because there was a fixed number that was given during the course of our investigation, and if memory serves me, I think the total number of known drug houses at that time was 1,577. And in the time that our report was concluded, I think there was only about 81 that was closed at that time. So unfortunately, we do not have that power to monitor the police and see what have they done between then and now. And my advice would be to the committee, and I will also discuss it with the Minister Murray, on what can be done in order to ensure that there's accountability and there's feedback in terms of that report that we had completed. Then in terms of Member Lecker, I think the vacant post, we can look at page 14 has got our organigram or our structure of the office. And on that, you'll see the Ombudsman, and then the head of office immediately thereafter. Then we have on the management level 3 ASDs, assistant directors. Operations is Geraldine, who is present in the House this morning. Then we have a senior investigator, Advocate Zweli Matwa, who's also present. Senior investigator Abigail Lewis, unfortunately, is not well, so she's off sick at the moment. But the management level is then covered. If we look at the levels below the management is where the challenge lies. So at the moment, we only have 2 investigators. And each of the senior investigators are then responsible for 1 investigating officer. The vacancies in terms of investigators, there are 4 vacant positions. So at the moment, in order for us to address the challenges of the shortage of investigators, our senior investigators don't only exercise oversight and inspections of the complaint investigation process, they are also assigned investigation cases, so they conduct investigations just to ease the workload. That there's 4 investigators sharing the current workload. The administrative side, the unfortunate situation is that the personal assistant, Zulfa Lekay, has also left the office in July of this financial year. So that 3 positions are vacant. And the most critical there is a case flow officer. So the question related to how do we currently manage and what are we doing to address the vacant posts. In terms of the current situation, we were assisted by the minister and the acting HOD, where we were given 4 intern positions. So we have 1 legal intern that is a lawyer that is now serving the period of a year with us. And the other 3 we refer to as pay interns, which come from the Premier's project to empower matriculants and people who have just recently left school. So they are currently assisting our office to manage the administrative issues that confront the office. The plan to fill the post, we have made submissions to the acting HOD. We've had separate and special meetings where we've done our motivations, etc. And the process is long and drawn out, so it's in the proverbial pipeline. I unfortunately am unable to indicate how soon those vacancies will be filled, but the urgency has been noted by the minister and the acting HOD, and they are doing whatever they can to assist our office. Thank you, Chair.
There's a follow-up from a member. I'm going to try again. That's getting there.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. Just on this issue of vacant position, would it be an exaggeration, Chair, if perhaps were to say there's an exodus of investigating officers? Would be an exaggeration. You know, I troubled myself by conducting an analysis, an issue which I'm going to get to when we discuss the police, on the issue of detectives in the police. Have you perhaps troubled yourself to understand the fundamental basis for the departure of these investigating officers? What is their level of salaries, benefits in this instance? Because it will be important for this community to have a sense of the conditions of employment for those who are in your office and those who are responsible for the success of this particular office. And as they leave, according to your reading, where are they going to? Because if you know, you follow that, because in many institutions, when you leave, there is something called exit interviews, and they help a great deal. Now, where are they going to? And what is your response to ensure that those you are going to what? To hire or employ, at least are not going to leave? For how long do they sit, perhaps do they stay? 5, 10 or so? Well, this is very important, you know. And otherwise, in the absence of investigating officer, then there are no basis for the institution to exist, given its mandate. So that's the issue, Chair. I mean, the follow-up question, which for me was quite important in this instance. Thanks.
Member Lecker.
Thank you, Chair. I want to understand from my side in relation to investigators and their workload. What is the current ratio of cases that each investigator gets to receive a month, or that the investigator has on the table? That's 1. 2, what is the level of training of these investigators by the department in order to achieve its desirable outcomes? 3, Chair, is whether in terms of the work being done, including the observations done by the department in relation to the question of member Kasim. Whilst we are investigating the effects of drugs or what the police are doing and not doing in that regard, has there been a sense of linking the availability of drugs to poverty by your office, just as a way of assessment? If there's more than 1,000 households that are seem to be either stashing drugs or drugs are being dealt directly from those households, has that kind of observation been done, talking to these more than 1,000+ households that are said to be drug households? Thank you.
Members, can I just caution against questions that are meant to be answered by a different department? I believe the question that what's the workload, and please provide insights on the matter, but colleagues, keep in mind that some of the questions that we need to ensure, let's ensure that it's within the ambit of what the Ombudsman mandate is. Member Kasim.
To add to what the previous member said with regards to the organizational structure of the Ombudsman, the 6 vacancies, I just wanted to check what is the plan of action there and what is the time period to replace those who are not there currently, and then is there current backlog, and then what is the update with that?
Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Chair, first question for Member Benson related to the exodus of the investigating officers in comparison to the detectives in the police. The fortunate situation with our office is that when we employ investigators, we employ them on a salary level 8, which, if I look at SAPS as an equivalent, would be at a level of a captain. So it's quite a high ranking, and a normal police officer would need many years in the police to reach that level. So we start them on a level 8, and our senior investigators are on a level 9 salary. So the perk and benefit is quite attractive for someone coming into the department. When we advertised the post that we had advertised almost 2 years ago, we had an influx of applications, many applications, including applications from advocates of the High Court that want to join the office. We went through the entire process, and unfortunately it fell by the wayside because of the fiscal constraints. So those that are within the organization, the last investigator that left wanted to pursue further studies, and he wanted to advance. He found a different career pathing that interested him, and he pursued that with business interest. So one of the challenge that the investigators raised, and when Minister Murray met with us, she opened the discussion so that each of them could speak freely to her and explain what their concerns were, etc. And there were two specific issues that they raised with her. The first one was the lack of progression. So if you come in on a level 8, because of the current structure, those that are there are at least 5 years or more that they have been in the office, but there's no room for progress. They receive the normal yearly increments as anyone else receives that works for government, but there isn't any specific incentives to either retain them or to incentivize them to remain longer. The second challenge that they had is their classification. Many of them are ex-police officers. Some of them came from IPED and etc. And the current classification is administrative clerks. And they want to be classified as investigators. So that is a work in progress. We've had a discussion between the head of office and the minister, etc. So we've done a submission, and it has to go to the Department of the Premier OD that looks into the structure and looks into the classification. So it's a work in progress. In the time that I'm in office, there was only one investigator that left. That was permanent. The other 3 that left while I was there were contract workers. And from those contract workers, when we advertised the post, their applications were amongst those that we had received. So if the opportunity presents itself, people will want to work with us and for us as the police ombudsman. The issue relating to the basis of the office to exist, my take on that would be this is an opportune time. It's now 10 years in existence. And if there should be a review on the value or importance of such an office, it is the only one of its kind in the country and in the continent, as I mentioned. That would be an ideal opportunity. It would actually be welcomed by myself personally. But as I mentioned earlier, when you want to undertake the exercise, reflect on what the levels of trust is and what is the levels of service delivery that the people of this province or this country are currently receiving from the police. Member Lecker, the concerns that you raised there about the workload, it differs because cases, we deal with it on a month-to-month basis. But if I, on average, take the previous financial year, we had 423 cases reported. On average, it was, because we had 5 investigators, it was about 84 cases per annum, which if it's summarized or, if you look at it on average, it's about 7 cases per investigator per month. So currently, because of the workload, the increase in the workload, the investigators are standing with almost about 50 cases each that they are currently dealing with. The observations, I think it was directed to me, but I'm not sure if it was also directed to the Department of Community Safety, relating the link between poverty and drugs. When we did our investigation, we focused on why does the police not close down known drug houses? So we didn't focus on the socio-economic factors and other contributing factors like unemployment, et cetera, et cetera. So I can give you an opinion on that, but it's not based on our investigation. Because it's for someone to use drug, they have to buy drugs. Drugs cost money. And if they are unemployed and they don't have money, then it's a feeder into crime because they start with petty theft, housebreaking, robberies, etc. So in terms of generating crime, it has quite a huge impact on the number of crimes that are reported because of the drug habit. The last question related to the time frame for filling the vacancies and the current backlog and how we are dealing with that. In terms of the time frames, unfortunately, I don't have a definite answer on that. We have made our submissions from our office. It's gone through to the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety. And as far as I'm aware, officially, it was also submitted to the office of the Premier. There's due processes that unfold, and we are waiting feedback officially around that. There were 4 positions which were recommended for us. 2 of them were investigators. One was the case flow officer, which is very critical. The other was an admin officer because of majority of the backlog relates more to the administrative processes. The other was a permanent investigator. And the 4th one was a graduate intern to assist with investigations. So 2 investigation and 2 administration. So in terms of the current backlog, we are fortunately attempting to address them through payment of overtime. So we have a method of monitoring. Our head of office is keeping tabs on that. And we are able to see, I monitor it on a weekly basis to see what production has come through. And the backlog that we had at the end of the financial year, when we go to the stats, you'll see it has largely been reduced because almost half the backlog of the total work that was outstanding was administrative. But we'll cover that in the performance section. Thank you.
See Member Boyson, and then we'll move on to Part B.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to make a comment that I would also propose when we come to recommendations, but I want to say there in the presence of the professionals so that they can probably be aware on what recommendation I will propose. It might succeed, it might not. Chairperson, if one look here at the case, what's it called, case studies, there are some success stories in terms of how cases were resolved. There are some cases that has been resolved, and the only part where I'm also feel with the Ombudsman is that where the recommendations are made either to SEPS or to EVER, and then after that it's a different ball game. So I would propose, Chairperson, that we as a committee ask the Ombudsman's office in terms of their challenges, because they are probably also sitting with the resolutions or with the remedies for their challenges to make a proposal to this committee in terms of what would they like to see that would give them the strength and that would give them the leading office for any other province or the rest of the country to follow. Is the timeframes, Chairperson, that I won't know what would be the timeframes for that, but the Ombudsman's office must tell us what would work for them and what would strengthen their office, and we take it from there. Thank you.
Mayor General, you don't have to respond at this stage. It is a proposal for a resolution of the committee. And when we get to the resolutions, remember, if you can just hold on to that idea. If we can move to part B, the annual performance plan indicators, section 6, page 15. Are there any questions from the members on page 15, section 6? We are now in part B, and we said we will look at it page by page or section by section within part B. Member van Minnen?
Sorry, I'm just confused as to where we are because part B starts with page 25.
Okay, let's resolve that because, correct, then I have the wrong. Yeah, are you? Let's just make sure that I'm, yeah, that's odd then. It is great. No, thanks for that, Member van Minnen, because I nearly had a, what on earth are we having two meetings here? Now, we colleagues, page 15, section 6. Any questions there? I don't see any hands. Let's move to section 7, technical description indicators. That would be page 16 and 17. Any questions there? Okay, colleagues, I don't see any questions. Section 8, complaint statistics. This is page 18 and 19. Member van Minnen?
Thanks. I just wanted to ask when it comes to section 8, where are the page numbers here, 18 and 19. When one gets to COVID, if you look at the complaints received versus finalized, so during COVID, they were remarkably high. They were all finalized, but it's really gone down by almost half since then to 23, 24. I just wanted to get an idea of what the reasons for that potentially would be. There's also a much lower level of finalization over 23, 24. Is that because we're still in that period and they haven't yet finalized that?
I don't see any other hands. Over to you, Major General.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The complaints that were received during the period of the COVID included additional matters that were not within our direct mandate, which were then referred. So we received the complaints and do referrals, and the numbers were then streamlined after that period. Further, if we look at the current situation between the previous, the 22-23 financial year to the previous financial year, with the shortage of personnel, the number of outreaches that we undertook were much less than the previous year. During the period of COVID, the personnel worked from home, and most of the complaints were received via email and completed online. So the reduction in the complaints in the last financial year could also be attributed because if we do outreach, whether we go to a district municipality, to the safety forum, we do visit the CPF, or we just do a general community complaint, we find that there's an increase in the number of cases that we receive. So with the reduction of the personnel, we then receive far less complaints. The method of complaints that we receive, many of them are walk-ins, and later in the report you'll see that the number of people that come to our office directly to report their complaints. But then there are others that lodge their complaints via the online platform, and some of them do it via the email. So if we look at the performance, the previous financial year's matters were dealt with. The last financial year, this figures that are reflected as at the 31st of March 2024, there were at that stage 65 cases still under investigation. So that was with the investigators, and they were still busy with that. The rest of the cases, if we calculate them, it will give you 63 to be allocated, ready for screening and follow-up. Those are the ones I spoke about earlier that were still in the administrative process. The complaints, once they are received, they go through a screening committee, and the committee then looks at whether the complaint is within our mandate. Do we refer the complaint? How do we deal with that? So in terms of these complaints, it's related to what we have received. And page 19 gives a breakdown of what was received per quarter. So quarter one, April, May, and June of the previous financial year had the highest number, 134. Quarter 2 and 3, 93 and 86. The investigations for quarter 3, and that's where some of the challenges arose, when in October, the case flow officer was promoted and left the office. That created a huge vacuum because that's the feeder of all the complaint process with the case flow officer. So there were 27 that were still under investigation, and quarter 4, which is the January, February, March of the current year, was a total of 38 that were still under investigation, but there were more that were in the backlog that was spoken about earlier that have now been dealt with. So there's none outstanding as we speak at the moment.
Colleagues, then if we can move to page 20 and 21. Okay, I don't see any hands. Let's go to page 22 and 23. Member Poinsu.
At the end of this financial year, at least you'll be perfect. That's the nature of reports. Just on page 21, and I understand why City of Cape Town was the concentration of the population. Is there where perhaps the nature of these complaints are explained, are detailed, irrespective of the area in this instance? Thanks.
You did take us back there slightly. You missed the finishing bell, but that's fine. If you can respond, Major General.
Thank you, Honourable Member. If we look at page 20, it gives you the categories of the complaints. So the inquiries, the total of the inquiries were 51. So the inquiries normally would either belong to the public protector or IPID matter. So here we largely do referrals. You'll see it says not within our mandate or lack of information. We also do not duplicate complaints. So if the SAPS is currently investigating it through their inspectorate and the complainant then comes to us, we will not duplicate the investigation. We will then tell them to await the finalization of SAPS's process. And if they're unhappy with the outcome, then they come to us and we will then review that. So that's the first one. Then the general complaints, these are normally not within the specific categories that we would deal with. So because the mandate is quite broad, we take any complaint that comes through. The lack of communication and poor communication. In fact, we are currently reviewing our complaint categories because the Civilian Secretariat of Police Service, in their Regulation 5, they have an entire chapter in their regulations. Chapter 5 is dealing with complaints, and they've done a draft SOP. So between SAPS, Civilian Secretariat for the Police, and IPID, we are trying to realign our office mandate and our complaint categories so that we're on the same page if we talk about a specific category or complaint. So there were 68 complaints of poor communication. In terms of poor investigation, 88 of them. Poor response, 41. Unacceptable behavior was 34, and poor administration was 2. So as we go down, we'll see there's a further breakdown from which police stations these complaints emanated from. And we just highlighted the top 8 so that it's clear to see where the majority of these are coming from. So for that financial year, the highest number of complaints came from Kleinvlei Police Station with 19, followed by Mitchells Plain with 16. In terms of the LEAP stations, we've also then categorized them. And as the minister during opening remarks indicated that the LEAP stations have now been reviewed, this 13 stations were for the previous financial year. So we just gave a breakdown in terms of the different categories, what was the contributions from each of these stations. And the most problematic station in terms of the LEAP program, Mitchells Plain was the highest. The second one was Bishop Lavis. The third was Philippi. And the fourth was Mfuleni. In that order. So that's up to page 23.
Are you concluded?
Yes.
Okay. Colleagues should just keep in mind while we're going through it page by page, there's sections that speak to one another. If you read through it, so for example, from page, so think of it in terms of sections. So while we are going through it page by page, the sections themselves are logically consistent. So keep that in mind as you go through the documents. You've also covered page 22 and 23, but just for the sake of completion, any questions on 22 and 23? I do not see any hands. Then page 24 and 25, colleagues, complaints received, broken down per police station and the method of the complaints received. Any questions there? Going. Is that a hand?
Yes, Chair.
Member?
No, the method used to lodge a complaint is quite interesting. And number of complaints received were sent via an email. And one look at page 24, and the lead station is Misha's Play, you know. Now, and if you look at the in-person, relatively up, right? Relatively up. So do you think that this method covers a lot of police stations, particularly perhaps with the lack of a better word, working class police stations, where people have no access or have no capacity, not necessarily access, capacity to use email, you know, in this instance? Yeah, that's the area of interest. Yes, I see Misha's Plain is leading, you know, in this instance, Bishop Levis, Philippi, you know, go down, Philippi East, Dololo, and Kukuletu, you know. So I just want to get a sense on that, and to what extent our people are aware about these methods, you know, and accessibility of the institution to them, and for them to launch complaints. Thanks.
Major General.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the email is the preferred method, although there's quite a number of people that come directly to the office, but it's related to capacity and proximity. So it's what I was saying earlier relating to the rural outlying areas like the Garden Route and the Beaufort West, etc., etc. So there are challenges relating to that because of the distance in the province. Now, when the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety conduct their PNP, there's Policing Needs and Priority exercise, they then travel throughout the province and they deal with all the districts in the province, and all key role players are invited. And what has happened in the past, my office would then accompany them, and we would be given an opportunity to host a complaints desk in the session. And we would also be given an opportunity to address the delegates where we highlight the mandate. So those complaints are taken in person. We take the forms with us, and when someone comes to complain, we complete it. The ones that come via the telephone, our staff would complete the form for the complainant. But I guess the more effort we put in to reach the rural areas, the higher the complaint will be from them. Because as the Honourable Chair has mentioned, those who have access to these resources, in order for you to submit a complaint online or by email, you must have a computer access. In order for you to visit our office, which is in the CBD, St. George's Mall, you'll have to have taxi or train or transport fare to come through to access the services. So we attempt to do outreach and visiting various places where we highlight our mandate. About 2 weeks ago, we were in Saldanha Bay. On Thursday, we're doing some work with the Manenberg police station, etc. So that is or will remain a challenge for access by those who do not have the means. We have a partnership with GCIS that we've initiated towards the end of December last year, where GCIS is going to be assisting us. They have quite a broad footprint throughout the province, and they have use of certain office space within district municipalities where they will then make available that space to us on certain days of maybe every fortnight or once a month, depending on what their program looks like. We would then send our personnel with them so that we can expand the footprint in the province. But the methods is a challenge, because somebody who doesn't have an email or doesn't have access to online platform will find a challenge to report.
Colleagues, I don't see any other hands. Let's move to the next section. Member, if I can also suggest, let's hold on to, because I see a possible resolution emerging from your question there as well, that I think we should just pick up when we get there. Then let's have on page 26, risk information, 26, 27, and 28. That's all one section. I see no hands. Let's move to section 10, expenditure. Section 10 of part B, page 29.
Thank you very much, Chair. There is an under expenditure, and goods and services, and you are saying in the document, the presentation, that underspending was due to less funds required for promotion items and advertising costs. You know, what are those items, perhaps, which required promotion and advertising? Given your mandate as an institution, and you yourself indicated that somewhere recently you lost count at 30 of some of the problems, and here in the metro. So I don't get this. Kindly clarify this whole notion of which led you to not to spare, or which led you to underspend, despite the need which you yourself, in this respect, you pointed out. Thanks. Oh, that's the first one. The second one relates to leave. That you overspend on the basis that you were required to make leave payouts which could not be predicted. Now, this has to be elaborated. And when it is elaborated, Chair, it should be elaborated within the context of taking us through on the leave policy of the institution, what it says. And those who were given leave payouts, how many days? And they were worth how much? Whether you still keep leave, or if you could not take leave at the on the particular financial year, you forfeit it. Do you have that rule? In many institutions, and importantly, government institutions, there is such a rule that you don't keep leave, and when you leave the institution, you leave with millions simply because you had unclaimed or unutilized leave. So the second point, Chair, I wanted to raise. Thanks.
And see any other hands? Over to you, Major General.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask our head of office to respond to this, and I will add if necessary when she's done.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the questions, member. So I started in the office on the 1st of November, so a lot of this happened before my time. But I do know that the major cost driver in the office is for advertising and for promotional items. As we go out and do community outreach, we do a lot of printing of our brochures on how to complete complaint forms. So a lot of the educational material is printed. So we've got a lot of resources for when we go into communities, for when we engage with community members on how to complete what we do, what our mandate is, what we do not do, how to complete forms, and so forth. One of the reasons that we could underspend is because we have a surplus of promotional items, so we don't procure too much, and we have a communication plan and we procure according to the plan. So as Jindal mentioned, we did cut down on our outreaches because of the lack of capacity in the office. So there was no need to procure additional because we did have sufficient for according to the plan. So that's why we don't overspend when we don't have to. Otherwise, we sit with wasteful expenditure, if we could call it that. In terms of the underspending due to the leave payouts. So we did have, as General mentioned, we had 1 promotion and 2 resignations. And so those payouts were paid out. And we couldn't foresee that in the budget. We didn't know that they were leaving. Our employees, even though the Ombudsman is employed by the provincial parliament, we are employees of the Western Cape government. So all the same leave policy applies, where you get your certain amount of days and you have to use it within the period. And so it just happens that people didn't take the leave when they were supposed. People have been taking. We've got a leave plan. People take the required leave, but if they don't take it, we can't force them not to take it. You should have at least, I know according to the policy, I think it's 8 to 10 consecutive days leave that is compulsory. But other than that, it's at the discretion and of the employee. So when they've then resigned and were promoted, they were paid out the leave days, if that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add to that, Chair, we don't pay out staff for leave not taken. Because they are public service employees, the policy, as was mentioned, applies to them, and by the end of June each year, they need to finalize the outstanding leave from the previous year, otherwise it's forfeited, and we allow them the opportunity to take their leave completely. The challenge here relates to those that decide on a short notice to leave the organization, or the interns as well, because leave gets allocated per month as they serve us. So what happens if they do not take all their leave in the time that they resign or they leave? That then gets paid out pro rata in terms of the service they provided. So last year, for example, 2 of the interns did not complete the full period. One of them got a job, got to an opportunity to study at UCT, and she resigned and went to study further. So whatever benefit was due to her as a pay intern was then paid out. And the other was an individual that received an opportunity to serve his articles to become an advocate, and he then also short notice resigned, and we then had to pay that out.
Colleagues, I don't see any other hands, so we're on the next section now. Part C, we have case studies here. Colleagues, can I take the same approach that we took with Part A? Any questions? Let's deal with the part. It's case studies, I think, that illustrates what the Ombudsman's office does, but it's not in itself, call it each individual case study in itself is not going to take us forward if we debate that in detail. But can I ask that we deal with it in the same manner that we dealt with Part A? That we ask, is there any on Part C? Case studies, are there any questions for that section by members of the committee? Should I to restate that what I mean? Everyone clear what I mean? So we're dealing with it in the same way we dealt with part A. Any questions? I see you, Member Van Minen.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be overly critical. My concern is with the case studies. The Ombudsman has to report in terms of the Act, and that is done here. But with the case studies, there seems to be between the Ombudsman and the Public Protector and IPID, there seems to be a relatively laissez-faire approach as to where people go. It's their choice, I understand that. But what concerns me is that the unintended result might be, but there doesn't seem to be a pattern as to where it's going. They all seem to be treated very much on an individual basis, and I understand that, but I'm just concerned that ultimately we aren't getting any closer between the three to really dealing with the general relationship between policing services and the public, if that makes sense, Chair. That there are lots of avenues to report, but ultimately it seems very difficult to tie it together as to how it actually improves relations. I hope that's clear enough, Chair.
I have a similar concern. I think it has to do with, do people, if they walk into, say, a police office, do they know immediately what they can do, and do they have easy access? I think that I'm concerned from the perspective of a complainant. They don't quite know where to start. That is what I take out of it. But let me treat my input as separate from Member Van Minen. Any other inputs on the case studies, on any other inputs on part C? Member Benson.
I'm trying to understand the rationale behind the tabling of these case studies. Where does a demonstration of the work the Ombudsman is doing, or for us to understand the details and how they arrive at? For example, case study number 1, which overlaps to the next page, to page 31. I looked at the background, the findings, and the recommendations. While there's a relationship between the background and the findings, but there's no relationship between the findings and the recommendations, or the recommendations or recommendation don't talk to findings. Recommendations suggest that the complaint of poor investigation was found to be substantiated. It was recommended that the subs take appropriate steps to address inefficiency. And the issue at hand here, the matter at hand here, relate to the transportation of a victim together with the perpetrator in the same car, though in different positions. What is the recommendation in this respect? I would argue and say that an appropriate, unless you advise me, an appropriate recommendation would to say the South African Police Service must never again transport a victim together with the perpetrator. A different mode of transport must be organized for a victim, and that mode of transport, or that transport, must be what? Convenient, must have a sense of compassion, given what the victim had, given the case. It was a rape case, this one. So I don't want us to get to a position to talk about the capacity of the investigating officer here But in the course of writing the report and ensuring that the recommendation is informed by the story and the findings, at least a new recommendation should have been developed. And what I'm putting forward, I suggest that should have been the recommendation, right, of a provision of a separate and appropriate transport for the victim, whilst the suspect is transported on, using a different mode of transport, which is befitting that of a suspect. So I see a problem here.
Member, I have a concern. Remember, we're busy dealing with the annual reports. These case studies and Major General must just confirm this to me. These are case studies meant to improve our understanding of the kind of complaints that you are dealing with. Can I suggest that inputs specifically relating to these case studies, we either deal with it as questions to the department or resolutions in the committee? But I'm concerned that we're going to distract ourselves from the dealing with the annual report if we're going to be debating each one of the case studies here. I think it's very valid what you are saying. I'm just not sure whether this is the right place to debate the findings of each one of the case studies. Member Boyson, you also wanted to comment.
Chairperson, both yourself and Member Ngensu has covered me, but I fully understand his point of departure. And I would probably then maybe suggest for our understanding as the members on this side, the possible recommendations that the Ombudsman Office would make to the institution they're investigating, let's say SAPS in this instance. You get for instance, you get a written warning, a final warning, or this man should be charged, etc. If they can tell us that these are normally kind of, recommendations that we would put forward, whether SAPS would do it or not, it's a different ballgame. And that would probably then put our questions to rest in terms of their recommendation, a form of recommendations that they would normally make.
Yeah, what we have here in terms of the case studies are in fact a list of findings and recommendations. So, Major General, before you respond, my feeling would be that the committee should actually take those recommendations, like, for example, what Member Kwensu getting there. What he proposed here was clearly you can't have a complainant and a potential victim and a potential perpetrator being transported in the same car. I mean, it stands to reason. So those are a list. I would suggest that we deal with it in that manner. We take the recommendations that emerge from these case studies and turn it in terms of our mandate as a committee. Obviously, we apply our minds to it ourselves, but we then turn it into recommendations and resolutions from the committee. But I'm just concerned that let's not detract ourselves, because we can debate each one of these case studies in detail today, and we must get to the actual annual report. Colleagues, is that acceptable to you?
No. Wait, Chair. I flagged I asked the rationale behind the tabling of these case studies, right? And I would like to propose that question be answered. That's the first thing. Again, it is our oversight role to interrogate the content thereof. It is also our oversight role. So can the rationale behind tabling them be explained to us before we get into the content? In fact, I dealt with the content already, and I was not happy, and I remain not happy about what I'm reading here till the institution responds to us. Thanks.
We'll deal then with it once we hear the answer. In fact, I think it's a very good question. Are the case studies substantive to the annual report, and why are they there? And is it something that we actually need to interrogate as part of the annual report? Are the case studies there for information, or is it substantive to the report?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the legislative prescripts, the Section 13 of the Western Cape Community Safety Act is prescriptive in terms of the Ombudsman report for the annual performance plan. And it relates to number of complaints investigated, the number of complaints that were determined to be manifestly frivolous or vexatious. C is the outcome of the investigations, and D, the recommendations regarding the investigations. So that's in essence the report. And then section 2 of that says that the Ombudsman must report on the activities. So the activities comes later. So the cases that we select is largely for information purposes, just to highlight to firstly the committee, but the general reader that would look at this to try and understand what type of cases do we handle and how do we handle it. So if we look at the specific one, the paragraph before the recommendation, I'd just like to read the two sections there. It says, now when we put it into the annual report, we summarize it largely. We don't give you the whole investigation, and we redact all information that can be personal, etc., etc. So here it says the SAPS National Instruction 3 of 2008 reveals that the member should keep the suspect away from the victim on a scene to prevent allegations of contamination of evidence or intimidation of the victim or other witnesses. Based on the evidence provided to this office, the IO failed to keep the suspect away from the victim by transporting them both in the same vehicle, and thereby failed to comply with Section 8 of the SAPS relevant section relating to the transportation of victim and suspect in the same vehicle. Further, the IO should have arranged for the complainant, that's the victim's mother because it was a minor, to be present when he dealt with the minor victim. So it has the methodology has a sort of flow in terms of how it comes through. Then in the recommendations, we indicate that the identified inefficiency must be addressed. So in other words, relating to what was identified above in the report itself. So we don't specify in the recommendation again that A, B, C is what they have to do. Because in the report, part of our investigation when we do the findings will tell us this is where the inefficiencies were. But the purpose is just to shed some light in terms of, for information purposes, what type of complaints we deal with. Can I use the opportunity to answer the questions that were posed? Yeah. Member van Menen, in relation to Western Cape Police Ombudsman, the Public Protector, and IPID, as you correctly pointed out, a member of the community can report their complaint to anyone they feel fit to. And each section has a different focus on a mandate. We have many cases referred to us by the Public Protector or by IPID. When they see it's not in their mandate, they send it through to us. So what we've done is we've crafted a poster that highlights what our mandate is, and we've sent it through to the Provincial Commissioner of the Police to request permission to have it placed at each police station community service center, so that anyone who comes in to access a service is then able to look at that and know exactly what we deal with and with our contact details, etc. Over and above that, we are reviewing our brochure that we hand out during our public engagements. And in that, we're now looking at who does what, because that's many times a confusion, especially when we're dealing with huge public events. We each have a tent next to each other, and one would be pointing the other to the next one. So in terms of the Act, it's where I take my cue from. The Act, in terms of Section 15, says the Ombudsman must. So I don't have a choice on what complaints to accept. So the Ombudsman must, A, receive and may investigate the complaints submitted to me. So I have to receive them, but after we go through our due process, we then see, this is the motor ombudsman or the banking ombudsman, we then will do a referral. But we cannot turn anyone away in terms of reporting. So I believe more can be done in terms of awareness and education of the public out there in terms of the services offered, not only by us, but by the other role players that were mentioned. So the tabling of the case studies, I think we've highlighted that. And we do a selection of the more serious type of matters. We also show you like this was substantiated. We also show you where a case was unsubstantiated. If we do the investigation, we ensure that we are independent and impartial in the way we conduct it. So I cannot be unduly influenced by anyone for a certain type of outcome on an investigation. So in the report, you'll see that there is still others that are unsubstantiated. So we give an idea to the reader that these are the type of issues and that not all complaints that we receive are actually substantiated. The member Boyson's issue, this is where the portfolio committee has the power in terms of the Act and the regulations. We don't have those powers because if we say, usually SAPS will say they opened a disciplinary file against the individual. But even the outcome of that disciplinary file, we don't know. So when we send our reports on a quarterly basis to the committee then is at leisure to go through the report and then summon the provincial commissioner in terms of the Act to come and account in terms of what steps were taken to address these shortfalls. So those questions then can be posed to the provincial commissioner to say, this was the finding and this was the recommendation. What did you do as the police to address that? Thank you.
Colleagues, it is not substantive to our task today to delve into each one of these case studies. So I'm making a ruling in that regard. What I do suggest is because there's valuable inputs coming from these recommendations, that when we get to the resolutions, we deal with how Ombudsman recommendations are mainstreamed in the police service, that we have that discussion as well. It's very clearly the case studies were here as for information purposes. If we genuinely want to fairly interrogate it, one must actually look at all the cases. So I do think it was for information. It's not substantive to the task today, but I do believe, and this is where I'm looking for support from the committee, is that what we have from the Ombudsman here and in terms of findings and what happens to those findings, that's something the committee must engage with. Colleagues, can we proceed on that basis? Okay, I did make a ruling, but I want to hear your comment.
No, I thank you very much. I hear you and I agree with you, but I think we ought to stress this matter. It's not in dispute, Major General, that the complaint was substantiated. It's not in major dispute. What is in dispute from my end relate to the formulation of the recommendation, right? And this whole thing has to do with the conduct or the behavior of a member of the South African Police Service. And I think the Major General has a supervisory role or oversight role over his employees or investigating officer. Therefore, construction or phrasing should be improved. It is our oversight role when such matters are brought before the committee. I refuse to be part of those who are going to turn a blind eye, yet I'm able to point, not as just as a destructive criticism, but as a constructive criticism, so that when you appear before the committee next time, you are able to look at these blind spots some of us have elevated. It's not an anti or a destructive kind of. Thank you very much. We can move.
100%. I think the point has been made. There's a criticism there, and there's a process to also deal with the concern. Colleagues, I would like the last section. I don't think we need to discuss the thank yous and all the valuable niceties that you have there. The last section is section 12, after which we will be taking a break. Outreach, marketing and stakeholder engagement by the Western Cape Police Ombudsman on page 49. That's the section going from page 49 to halfway through the page of 53. Any inputs or questions from the committee? I see Member Van Minnen.
Thank you very much. So this is outreach, marketing and stakeholder engagement, and it covers a year. What I'm just concerned about, if I interweave this with the amount of complaints received, not that we're looking for complaints, because I mean, one does tend to find that if you ask people, people will tell you things. But if I look at it, I'm only seeing 3 cases where there was activity outside of the city, excluding travel. I'm not talking about conferences and overseas travel. I'm talking about outside of the city in the province, in Malmesbury, in George, and then there was another one as well. And given the fact that obviously one is mainly based in the city and much lower complaints in the countryside, but also the fact that you prefer complaints to come via email, I'm just concerned that this is making it a bit difficult for people in the countryside who very, very often, generally in fact, do not have access to email to actually lay complaints and to access the ombudsperson. And I'm also concerned because particularly in the countryside, you do have vulnerable communities. There are big spaces. If one does have unsatisfactory behavior by policing officers, people in the countryside are really going to find it difficult to report it. So I just want some input on that, and it might lead to a resolution later in the day. Thank you.
Over to you, Major General.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chair. It's a shortfall that I identified in my opening remarks when we spoke about the rural areas specifically. So as a result of the shortage of personnel, we curtailed our public engagements because whenever we go out, there's much more complaints coming in. But we've engaged with GCIS to partner with them so that we can have a facility available in each of the outlying areas. And then either every fortnight or once a month, we will send an investigator to the area, and we would then be able to engage with the local community, and between myself or the management in the office or our investigators will be able to then engage with them. So that is in our communication plan for the current financial year, and we are addressing that. But because we based in the city and the largest number of police stations are concentrated in the Cape Town district, a majority of the complaints come from them. But you are correct, Member Van Minnen, that those that are vulnerable out there, if they are working on a farm or victims of domestic violence, etc., there's a challenge for them if they do not have the resources to report. We will look into that and improve going forward. The comment by Member Boyson, I didn't have a chance to respond to in the previous round. I take note of that, Honourable Member, and we will look into it. We will revise the recommendations and revisit it. Thank you.
Colleagues, I don't see any other questions. I don't believe the annexures are also substantive to the report. It's additional information. So that concludes the section around the Ombudsman. Colleagues, if we can be back here, we're going to call a break now at 1:45. In other words, 10:45. If we can be back here in the chamber. made some allowance for people to find their way back from tea, but we are over time. I'm going to be making a process suggestion because I am worried about time. And colleagues, I do understand that we also, it's a new committee, we're finding our way with the annual report. First of all, Part C, if we look at the upcoming Liquor Board annual report, Part C under governance, that is going to be dealt with by SCOPA later on this, or public accounts later on this afternoon. So I'm going to do the same. They put the entire section to the committee to raise issues. And when we go through the other sections, we can do the same with general information. And when we get to human resource management, PFMA, compliance report, financial information, we can page through it, but I'm going to ask people to keep record of their questions. Then we raise all the questions at the end for response. Should I repeat that for the delayed individuals? Okay. What I said was that I am concerned about the time, that we aren't going to struggle to get through this. So what I want to do is, and then I noted the following as well. So A, I'm concerned about time. B, Part C, there's a section that will also be dealt with by public accounts later on today. So that's a section that I think one can put to the committee. Is there any issues for that section as a whole that they want to note down? The other sections, the same applies to the general information section in the beginning. It's general background information. Also going to put that section in its totality to the committee for any comments that they want to raise. And the other sections, I would like to, we can go through them page by page, but I'm going to ask members to note their questions. And when we get to the end, we raise it and then all together. And then the authority can respond. So colleagues, so it's in the hopes that this speeds things up, at the same time not losing the value of oversight in the process. So under general information, we're now on the Liquor Authority Board. In terms of Part A of the annual report, would like to ask the committee, are there any questions that they would like to raise? Please indicate the page number as well if you want to raise anything. And this is, as I said, I'm doing it this way because it's generally background information that we're dealing with there. So we're not doing this section page by page. I am assuming that everyone read through the document. I don't expect you to have memorized the document, but we do expect members to have read through it. I see Member Kasim.
Chairperson, I just wanted to get some more background on the two vacancies under general information, which is specifically the head of department that is vacant, and then also the crime prevention center.
Okay. Any other questions, members? Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson and members, yes, the first vacancy is the one you see is in relation to the governing board. That position or vacancy, the department will advertise and informed by the minister. And the appointment is then also by the minister in conjunction with the standing committee or parliament, I should say. And that should take, the advert is, I think, this weekend? For the governing board member? And the member? Oh, no, that was on the, sorry, the department will run with that advert. And that then would give us about 2 to 3 months, I think, to fill that position. In relation to the senior manager position that is vacant, that is now being in the process. I've just finalized some shortlisting around that in last week, and we will see the interviews being conducted in October. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions, members? I don't see any other questions, so let's go to part B. Part B, I will go page by page, but colleagues, please note your questions, and then at the end of the section, I will ask for the questions to be put to the meeting. So we are now on page 16 and 17. It's performance information. It's point 2.1 and point 2.1. I'll give you an opportunity to refresh your memories there. Colleagues, so we finished with section 2.1. I hope you recorded any questions. 2.2, in other words, page 18 to page 21, section 2.2. Give you an opportunity to refresh your memories.
I think we covered, Chair.
Colleagues, then 2.3, key policy developments and legislative changes. So from this page 21, there's also a page, the next page at 2.4, you will see progress towards achievement of institutional impacts and outcomes. So it's pages 21 to 23.
Silence means consent.
I do not understand that language. I don't believe it's an official language. Or traditionally the joke is, if it's for me, tell them I'm busy. Colleagues, then section 3, pages 22. Section 3, 3.1, it's pages 24 to 26.
It's your lucky day, Chairperson.
I'm watching Member Stevens because she takes notes, so I know it's a good benchmark of the speed. Okay, colleagues, so note any questions there that you might have for the end of this part. Then 3.2, component 2, liquor licensing tribunal. It's pages 27 to 29.
When Member Names is happy, we're happy.
Right, my radar tells me we can move to the next section, pages 30 to 32. The Inspectorate Compliance and Enforcement, and Compliance and Enforcement.
Chair, I think it's only the two of us. We happy?
Right, colleagues, let's go to pages 33 and 35. So, yeah, 33 and 34. It is component 4, communication, education, and stakeholder relations, section 3.4. Pages 33 and 34. Please note down any questions you might have.
Nothing there, Chairperson.
Okay, if we can move to 3.5, component 5, finance. It is pages 35 and 36.
The liquor board's lucky day.
Colleagues, then 3.6, pages 37 and 38. So that would be corporate services. Right. Then pages 39 and 40, the last section, section 4, revenue collection. Right, colleagues, so we've gone through part B. If I can ask for any questions related to part B. It's just indicate by hand. I don't see any members online. Okay, member. Benson. Switch your mic on. Yeah.
This process dealt with me whether I must respond on each and as per the previous approach to dealing with it, but no, just on page 9, you know, on the issue of application fees. If I read it correct, you talk about the under collection of application fees. 39. You know, if I get it correct, what could have been the reason? The second point relate to the whole issue of liquor licensing administration, and you are saying administrative system and processes expedite the process application. What work is the liquor authority doing to ensure compliance of the restaurant that also trade in sale of alcohol, and that this is allowed to operate near schools in this instance? There is a case of such outlet that operates opposite school here in Kloof Street. Can we get an explanation, Chair, on how that is allowed to happen in this instance? Those are the two questions at the moment which I would like to raise. I've coupled though. Thanks.
Okay, member, I take it you use an example of Kloof Street, because we are individual questions of individual issues. There's the questions in the parliament that we should use for that. But from what I hear is your question is, how does that inter alia, how do they manage liquor license approvals close to schools? That's the principal question that you're asking. So let's not get stuck on the specific example. We can follow up with a specific question. The substantive question there is, how do we manage liquor outlets close to schools, given the concerns that exist around it? Colleagues, any other questions here on part B? You have another one. Okay, go for it.
In the report, Chair, it is reported that in the Western Cape, alcohol is linked to approximately 40% of road traffic roads, 50% of murderers, and alcohol-related interpersonal violence. Now, given this, in this instance, how is the industry held accountable for this particular for this, particularly the manufacturers? Are there any regulations in place to talk to this challenge and holding the liquor industry accountable? Can we resolve that? The liquor authority, Chair, look into it and draft this regulation if they are not available. So I felt that we should also elevate this particular question, and an issue which I think in the other report we are going to also take it further. Thanks.
Any other questions for part B, colleagues? Because I would like to move on to the next section after this. So please put your questions now. I don't see any other hands. Over to you, sir.
Honourable Chairperson, I just want a clarification on the first question, page 9, it was said, and it was something in the fees. 39. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, the under recovery. Okay, so in relation to the first question, maybe the under recovery as far as the budget is concerned, Kolisa will respond to that, Chairperson, with your permission.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. If you compare to the previous year, we exceeded the actual for the previous year, which was 2.7, and we achieved 2.9 this year. So mainly what you can say from there is that the application, there was an over budget. We had overestimated what we would collect, but it's really aligned to the previous financial year. Thank you.
The other questions in relation to part B, and the first one is in relation to the sale of off when they have an on-consumption license. I think that was a question you posed. I think as it was indicated in this report, and then also generally in terms of our compliance inspectorate reports on a quarterly basis, one of the most common transgressions by licensed premises has been that they sell for off-consumption purposes. This becomes apparent much more in relation to complaints that are offered by members of the community, as an example, and then also people that may be in the establishment becoming aware of that and then bring that to our notice. That is a serious transgression, because an off consumption means that the person is then taking that somewhere else, and you do not have a controlled environment for that. The temptation, of course, and maybe I should just speak to why this has to be monitored so closely. The temptation is that a restaurant may, after the kitchen closes, try and focus on alcohol and then sell alcohol instead, because it's much more profitable, I suppose, than food, and that is increasingly what we find. In terms of monitoring and policing that, we take a list of all of complaints received. Complaints are received, 1. Those made to, I think, the dedicated liquor officers, those reported on our website, and then those generally reported by community structures that engage our staff in those areas and working in those areas, including local government for that matter. We then develop our plans in response to where those problematic spaces are. But I think more important, how do we deal with that as a systemic response? And what we find is that within an area, we bring all the parties together and we find what is typically the greatest challenges as far as the retail, the sale of liquor in their spaces. And you will generally find that selling for that purpose, or it may be selling to minors, then that becomes the key element that informs our operations that we jointly then agree to with our partners there, be it SAPS, law enforcement from local government, and any other agencies available within that space. So our response, and we refer to that document or that assessment as an assessment. The specific term is a situational analysis, and what it does then, you respond specifically as to what the challenges are in those geographical areas. That is then mapped against all other challenges in the area, such as crime, generally, and trauma. And I think I'm also now responding to another aspect of your question that speaks to the percentage, or that is that trauma can be associated with alcohol. And I think if you start looking at that in its totality, you'll find that geographically all these areas would have patterns that speak to that. All our operations must then respond to those realities that are emanating from that geographical areas. Most of them we have to do in conjunction with other law enforcement agencies, which then compel some form of collaboration with them. I trust that response to that. Then I think there's a general question, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, that you encapsulated around, let's say you have schools as an example, and you just generally also have challenges around restaurants and the problems that go with that. So when you're looking at a school in a specific area, there's no specific, or shall I say, a general prohibition that you can't go. However, the Act does say that you have to take this into account. So if that is a particular challenge, then that invariably can be addressed. I must, however, just outline that the determination of public interest, the circumstances in relation to a license application for that area, that would be heard by what I've initially referred to in my introduction, by what is called the Liquor Licensing Tribunal. There you have a team of about 6-7 people that are there, that form the tribunal. They read the submissions, consider all of that, and they vote on the basis of that. They are led by a presiding officer that is then legally qualified to assist and facilitate those discussions. So there's no predetermined outcome. There's too many people involved, and I think they work on a majority decision as far as that is concerned. Their task, Chairperson, is primarily to ensure that looking at all these factors, they satisfy that public interest would be served by the granting or not of that license. And I think that is a fundamental thing that I just would like to demonstrate. So you can't have a numerous clauses as far as that is concerned. You have to look at the totality of what is presented to the licensing tribunal. They assess it on the basis of that and then make a finding as far as that is concerned. But just to reiterate, there's no absolute thing. Initially there was, that has been removed from the Act a couple of years ago, before my time, but that perhaps had like an absolute prohibition. Now it's a factor that has to be considered. Chairperson, I would like to be guided if there's anyone that I left out. Oh, yes. So I think also related to the fees question, I think it's very important to note. So the alcohol, oh yes, and the point that we in the province are the only province nationally that has what is called a policy imperative that is subscribed to by the Western Cape government. That policy imperative is the alcohol harms reduction white paper. The harms reduction white paper is not specifically just applicable to the Western Cape Liquor Authority, but informs, I think, all institutions and entities associated with the Western Cape government. However, we look at it from what we are accountable for and the extent to which we can make that document or that policy or the recommendations that emanate from that to make that where we are responsible to take accountability for that. In as far as the industry is concerned, the white paper suggests and makes it clear, government ought not to subsidize the regulation of the sector. And I think with that, then you find that the fee determination is done in a manner that we recover the total cost of regulation in relation to the number of outlets, and that would determine the figure that then on an annual basis is then determined as far as the increase is concerned. Of course, the challenge is in the respect of also going forward, we'd like to see a differentiation of the fees you would levy against the outlets based on the volumes that they do, the hours of trading, and that's an ongoing process that we're involved with right now with the custodial department, but also provincial treasury that has requested that we pay attention to this going forward. Chairperson, thank you.
Any follow-ups?
No, it's not a follow-up per se, but you know, in the report, let me sit closer. In the report, there is indeed an acknowledgement that the liquor industry is a key contributor to economic development, to economic growth in the province. Now, equally, we must also acknowledge that sale of alcohol is a source of revenue for many working class families. And thus, the proliferation of unlicensed liquor outlets, in particular in squatter camps. Now, given this reality, is there a plan from your end, right, to ensure that you discover the unlicensed, support them to a level of becoming licensed liquor store? It is when they are licensed that they will begin to take some degree of responsibility in this instance. As long as they remain unlicensed, that's the problem. That's the first. Related to this, how many unlicensed liquor stores existing in the Western Cape in this instance, based on your data, against licensed liquor stores? Thank you very much.
I don't see any other hands. That's a follow-up, and then we'll proceed to the next part.
Chairperson. Sorry. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Member. Yes, so the question is very specific in relation to an understanding and appreciation that within the Western Cape, there is an understanding how key liquor is as a sector. Now, the sector, also elsewhere in the document, Chairperson, it is noted that the sector is albeit critical, it is also appreciating what the consequence of that is when you do so. So when you look at the particular consequence in relation to that, in the past we may have thought of it as you're juxtaposing two diverse interest groups. We are increasingly now looking at it. The one does not exclude the other. The economy does not exclude a reality around the cost of arms. And increasingly, we must convey that particular message. As an example, for instance, you cannot consider the advancement of, let's say, trading hours without understanding what the cost of regulation is in relation to extended trading hours, as an example. So we now like to look at the issue of the economy within that broader context. Yes, you could be arguing that the more trauma, you actually need more response units. So yes, you'll be creating jobs, but you're creating jobs in the wrong sector. You see, so it's necessary for us to fully understand the impact of liquor within a particular space, but also how the sector, in terms of its resilience, is drawing money from other sectors. So instead of you, it's like gambling. So instead of you, when you're conscious and making decisions in an intelligent way, to what extent are you then willing to sacrifice expenditure or budgeted expenses elsewhere and pull it towards the purchase of liquor? That is a very intricate question, but I think it's necessary for us to look at the debates as not a this versus that, but actually that if you combine a consideration of those two aspects, this is what you will be looking at. The pertinent follow to that in terms of unlicensed liquor outlets, very valid. So we only have leverage, Chairperson, in relation to licensed premises and the limitation of that. It is a powerful lever for those that actually qualify for that. There is one very prohibitive aspect around licensed premises, unfortunately, and that is you must have appropriate zoning for the premises that you are looking. Now, I know that in the Western Cape, about 8 years or so ago, and also immediately after the adoption of the Alcohol Harms Reduction White Paper, attempts were made to see if we could facilitate a model within residential areas, and this specifically, I think Kailicha they called it a high street model that they wanted to implement. And what that entailed was then that you had an area demarcated for business purposes. The complications were so immense or so diverse that even that until today did not find traction. So it is a critical aspect that needs to be addressed if you want to go into that space, because the comment is very relevant, Chairperson, that if you license premises, you bring them into the fold and you can better regulate that. So there was a concerted attempt to be doing that. The biggest stumbling block for that right now is that you have to zone appropriately for that to happen. So the only zoning then that is invariably appropriate would be when they put up malls or shopping complexes and the like within residential areas. Then you'd find that you'll find licenses being granted in that particular space. So if you look at I need to, because there were two figures in relation to licensed and unlicensed. I think it's a very important consideration that you raised. So the unlicensed invariably are in those areas where they can't get licenses because of that limitation placed on it. The number, unfortunately, I can't say off the top of the head, but I know that SAPS has a particular number that they maintain. I don't know if any of my colleagues are aware of it, but I was made 2 or 3 years ago being aware of it being in the region of 18,000. Now, if you compare that in relation to the license, which you have a total of right now 9,000 licenses premises, and that is apparent from the report as well. As far as the unlicensed, however, what we can be doing, because it doesn't, but although it doesn't address the concerns raised by that, how do you bring them into the fold? But what we can do about unlicensed trading and the occurrence thereof, there's no ways you can trade even illegally if you didn't buy it from a legitimate outlet. So we started focusing on targeting legitimate outlets that are enabling unlicensed stuff. And in that process, however, we rely heavily on other agencies for support in that regard. Chairperson, I trust I covered that.
Colleagues, I don't see any other hands, so we're moving to part C, governance. As I've pointed out before, this section is also being dealt with by SCOPA, Public Accounts Committee. So I'm going to put the entire section, the entire part C, again, ask the committee if there's any issues they want to raise in this section. So we don't have to go through it page by page, but I'm going to give the opportunity. I have one hand. Member Kasim, let me just give the others the opportunity to have a look, and then we'll start off with you. So colleagues, we're on part C, a couple of pages. Keep in mind, it is also being dealt with by the Public Accounts Committee. Right, colleagues, Member Kasim, you had your hand up.
Chairperson, I just wanted to check what was the purpose of Sibonile only attending 4 committee meetings compared to all the other members, which is over 15 or 24 meetings in attendance. And then in terms of the new governing board that took up in March this year, I see that there's no indication as to how many meetings they attended since being appointed. Thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? Right, over to you, Mr. George.
Chairperson, I'll go directly, Honorable Chairperson, I'll go directly to the issue around the chairperson, the current chairperson of the governing board. The chairperson for the period under review was Mr. Ronnie Kingwell. That term came to end in March. During that period, however, the advocate Sibonile, who's a practicing advocate at the bar, indicated a very specific challenge for him, taking his practice into account. The board chairperson was cognizant thereof, and they agreed that he would attend governing board meetings. There are 4 of that per year. So he attended those essential ones. The other numbers that are made up are for subcommittee meetings, and he did not participate in most of the subcommittee meetings. So his concentration was on that. In terms of his continued services, chairperson, it was also with the understanding that he has that position, but he has a keen interest and is able to provide direction to the governing board in terms of being the chairperson, and he agreed to take up that role simply because he would not be then attending subcommittee members. And he's been to all the meetings now since then. Thank you.
Follow up?
Yes, just the second part of the question that was not answered, the new governing board.
Oh, yes.
Was appointed in March.
Yeah, so they were appointed in March. No meetings took place within that financial year for them. So the first meeting commenced, or shall I say a round of meetings commenced in May of this year, which is in the new financial year. So for the period under review, there were no meetings by them, although they were appointed chairperson in the middle of March, 12th of March. So they have to be reflected as members. Thank you.
Right, colleagues, I don't see any other hands, so let's go to part D, human resource management. Colleagues, this is also a fairly short part, 3 pages. I'll give you the opportunity to have a look at it, and I will open the floor for questions then. You're a communist. You should give others the opportunity. Colleagues, right, for part D, any questions? Can I have hands, colleagues? I don't see any hands. So, colleagues, we're moving on to part E, the PFMA compliance report. Again, it's a fairly short section. So I'll give you the opportunity to refresh your memories and then open up for questions again. Colleagues, any issues under part E, the PFMA compliance report? Any questions, any hands? Colleagues, this is the exciting part of the day, so let's look lively. No, that's what I'm saying. Let's liven up. Good, I don't see any hands there, colleagues. Then part F, the financial information. We can go through it again. I'm going to page through section by section, giving members the opportunity to refresh their memories. And then at the end again, if there's questions, then we'll take them. So the first part is, it's really the introductory comments on pages 68 to page 70. It's really also more for background. Then there's a couple of annexures on page 71 to page 75 that I would also suggest it's mostly for background, but to refresh your memories. Then we have a series of financial statements from section, well, not section, sorry, page 76 to page 80. Right, colleagues, the next section is quite a hefty one. So I'm going to give you also a bit of time to go through it and refresh your memories. The presentation of the annual financial statements. Let's take the section 1 that is from page 81 to page 102. Give you time to refresh your memories there. And then after that, there's the cash and cash equivalents, receivables from exchange transactions. It proceeds from there. So that's also a section that cohesively belongs together, page 81 to page 101 and 102. Right. So colleagues, then if we look at it's from page 103. Let's do it from 103 to page 108, sections 3 to 6. You can refresh your memories there. Colleagues, then I suggest the rest of part F. It's all, please page through that. I'll give an opportunity for that, and then we'll open the floor for questions. I wish there was a way that I could make this more exciting. It's colleagues, then part F. Any questions around part F? I see no hands. Colleagues, then we are finished with the Liquor Authority. Do you have a question? There you go. Okay, just switch on your microphone.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Page 113, employee-related costs. Employee-related costs. On this one, you clarify it. Maybe it's less important, not know. Okay, let me leave it. Let me go to page 114. There are members under section 20 where it is stipulated that there is basic salary, pension fund, 13 check, and other. But there is a chief financial officer. We are only told about his or her, I assume it's a her, basic salary, but with no indication with respect to pension and 13 check, for instance. One is interested to understand as to what does that mean, whilst others, on others, there are indications. Another point is on page 115. I'm not sure there is a wording or what. Allen Gray Umbrella Retirement Fund. A statement is made to say members contribute at a rate of not less than 7.5. Now, maybe semantics, I don't know. But when you say at not less, it may suggest that it's optional, right? That you are going to make a contribution of maybe 5% if you like. According to my orientation, is that if it's 7.5, it's 7.5 for all, right? Unless there is a latitude to negotiate your contribution. Also, one is interested, page 116, one is interested on the board fees or board fee per member and per meetings. right? Are you able to break down to make a breakdown of that? And also for us to understand how much is the board fee for the chair and the rest of other members. Thank you.
Colleagues, I don't see any other hands. So, Mr. George, over to you. Sorry, can you also switch on your microphone?
Sorry about that, Chairperson. Yes, in relation to the Alan Gray Umbrella Retirement Fund, 7.5 is the minimum that is payable and it's compulsory, but you can actually increase it and make a contribution collectively being 15%. So that's possible. So there's also the option that exists in relation to that. Then the other question relates to the CFO, Sandisa Guaba, who resigned on that. So after that, we then had a acting appointment internally in terms of the organization. So that is not reflected there. But if you go further down, you'll see that the CFO, Koliswa, was sitting next to me, basically then was acting, but her appointment was on a contract basis until as a stopgap, and then at the start of this financial year, she was then appointed permanently.
She will be up through you, Chair.
Before you get into a dialogue, you have a follow-up. Please go.
No, I wanted you to explain this. She was acting, or are you saying now she has been appointed full time?
1 April this year, she was appointed. Last year, she was on contract. And for the contract duration, you don't have those deductions.
Does this suggest, therefore, that from April till now, she doesn't have these benefits?
No, it's now she has full benefits as a permanent employee.
Or the issue is that they're not here?
No, but that was accounting for the year. Yeah.
Colleagues, let's avoid a dialogue, but I could see I mean, there was value in that, but let's avoid the dialogue across the floor. Any other questions? Right, then the rest will be for the committee to deliberate on what resolutions we want to make. The Ombudsman and the office and the legal authority, you're welcome to stay for lunch, but you are also released from this meeting. And thank you very much for your time. We will be moving to the department now. I am informed by the procedural officer that he did request that lunch is made available a little bit earlier at 12. So if you want to go there and see whether it's ready, hopefully they've accommodated you. The rest of us will still be working. Colleagues, so we are now on the department itself, Police Oversight and Community Safety. Similar to the previous report, Part A is generally background information. I don't think it's necessary for us to go through it page by page. I am assuming that you've read it. So I'm going to put it to the committee in terms of Part A under general information. Any questions to the department? We are now on this document. So I see Member Kassim's hand. Any other hands? Okay, Member Kassim and then Member Benson. To laugh at me, Member Kassim.
Chair, just to start out with Part A, the same question that I asked the previous. What is the reason for the vacancies and how long has it been open and when do you plan to replace those 3 vacancies? Thank you.
I'm going to try now. Member Queensu.
Thanks, sir. I made a couple of notes or questions on part A. You know, the first one is, I think it's page 8, paragraph 2. You make a statement to say, so that you don't go back to there. At POGS, we know that we cannot fight this battle alone. Now, in respect to the task assigned to various departments under the Western Cape Safety Plan, what mechanisms are in place to ensure accountability for those departments that fail to fulfill their responsibilities? Additionally, how is the performance of these departments monitored to ensure compliance and effectiveness in meeting their objectives? That's the first question. And the second question, which relate to the paragraph 5, you are saying one of the most exciting partnerships POGS has is the Law Enforcement Action Plan, meaning LEAP project, in conjunction with the City of Cape Town. Now, on this one, our current oversight mechanism regarding the City of Cape Town implementation of LEAP are quite limited. And on that one, I think we ought to admit. Therefore, to enhance accountability and effectiveness, Chair, maybe it's part of the resolution, we propose that this committee formally resolve to receive an annual report from the City of Cape Town, you know, on 2 key areas: the implementation of the safety plan and the performance of the LEAP officers in their efforts to combat crime. And that there are reports also, which I think is very important, though I may deal with this much later, which talk about the dismissal of about 107 LEAP officers early this year, despite that we are told that they are doing commendable work. And recently, yet another unfairly dismissal of about 47 LEAP officers. You know, and here, for instance, we are visited by some leaders. They are there in the public gallery. You know, we are here to understand and listen to from the community as well as the department in respect to the plight of these officers. Now, given the training provided to LEAP officers, including on hanging firearms, is their mass dismissal not a redeployment to criminal network and cause more harm to our people? So to what extent are you aware about this and how you funded the project, right? And it would be important to have a sense of what is happening about at an operational level. When it started, how many officers you had, how many officers you lost, and in what form? And I reported here to say 107 were unfairly dismissed, while 47 early this year, 47 recently. Now, and we're told that it was due to they failed certain tests and so on. They were trained. State resources were spent on training them. Were we unwittingly or wittingly training them to join the criminal network outside or what? So the third question relates to Chair, and maybe is on the department will also help us. Could you please get us a detailed explanation of how the department came to have an acting HOD? And what happened the previous HOD? Was the position of Chief Director of Security Risk Management advertised? As far as we know.
Benson, can I ask you to relate it to part A of the document? Because that's the process we're following. So your questions are valid. I believe the minister and the team should respond to it. But let's relate it to the process that we're busy with at the moment. Member Philander.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm partially covered by you. Can I also ask that the member just indicate the page for the ease of reference, please? Thank you, Chair.
I did indicate, I said page 8 on the others, page 9. I gave details because when you read the report, right?
I'm just, I don't want to disrupt you. I just wanted to caution you, but please proceed.
When you read the report, you make notes, you know some, so that when you are here, you don't make noise by paging the main report. I may develop notes for that purpose. And the second one is on page 9, second sentence, the last paragraph. It says, okay, I think I respond to this one. I've already dealt with this, that about Advocate Pillay. Was the age of what happened? If so, who was the shortlisted candidates? And when were the interviews held? I pause there, Chair.
Any other questions? Right, over to the Minister and your team.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member, for all the questions. I'm going to hand over to our HOD to answer some of the questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Minister. Chairperson, let me start with the accountability questions. So what we have within our province is a safety steercom, where we get together safety steercom, provincial safety steercom, which is a structure where we have all departments and also SAPs and the City of Cape Town present, where we address matters pertaining to safety and where we focus on the matters that we need to implement within the province. We also submit regularly to Cabinet, we submit a report on the safety interventions that will take place. So departments, the interventions that the departments undertake, we report on those and we submit to Cabinet. We also have what we call a safety manco within Cabinet, where we deal with all the matters that we've planned in terms of safety within the province. So that is the accountability mechanism. Chairperson, I am going to ask Mr. Razak Lachka to speak to us about the dismissal of the LEAP officers and just broadly what are the reasons and also the numbers. But as it relates to the issue of the acting HOD, which is myself, and also what happened to the previous HOD, can I ask, because that is a personal matter pertaining to an official that's in the room at the moment, that we provide that full details in writing to you. There was also a parliamentary question raised on that, which we responded, but we will respond in full completely on that matter again, Chairperson.
Member Kassim, was your question needed to be covered as well? Was it covered?
Okay. No.
Okay, so you're still busy. You're still busy covering it.
Thanks. As it relates to the post, Chairperson, the vacancies, as has been reported earlier by the Ombudsman, there was a process of the funding that were reduced of all the departments. So we could not fill any posts, and it was a national directive. So all posts now need to be approved by our Premier. So we have to go through the department of the Premier to get approval. We've submitted a request recently for 32 posts, and only 5 were approved because we need to job evaluate the rest of those posts. They weren't job evaluated over the last 5 years. And we have now prioritized those posts for job evaluation so that we can fill them. So the unfortunate part is there are procedural issues that we need to go through in order to have those posts full. And the right question that's been asked by Member Kassim is the time frame. And at this stage, we cannot give an adequate time frame because it's now going to depend on the process of the job evaluations. Once that's completed, we can fill those posts. And then can I ask Mr. Lachka to respond to the LEAP officers and the questions pertaining to those? Razak?
Thank you, members. Thank you for the question. The LEAP program's training and recruitment is quite a comprehensive program. And so it consists of a theoretical program that allows you to do the basic theoretical part of the program, as well as the practical part and component of the program. The training program has within itself one of the key factors, which is the firearm competency of the program. That firearm competency is also an annual requirement. And so when you go through the initial recruitment phase, you are initially sometimes recruited through the contract on a contractual basis. And during that practical phase, you're also on the job kind of training during the training phase. And you may have passed the first firearm competency during your first assessment on competency. You are contracted during the training phase to avoid any kind of, to avoid any break in your training service. So in the subsequent years, you're also required to go back to firearm competency training. And it is in these remedial firearm competency training that we found from the City of Cape Town's report that they indicated that those members started to not pass the firearm competency. They were then provided, according to the City of Cape Town's reports, that they've then been given more opportunities, and 2 or 3 opportunities were provided to these members in the law enforcement training program. Some of the matters remain under labor dispute, and so we are asking the City of Cape Town to give us regular updates in terms of how far the process are, and we are still waiting the final report from the City of Cape Town. Thank you.
Right. I don't see any other. There's a follow-up, and there's okay. I'm first going to give Member Stevens a chance, and then your follow-up. Member Stevens.
Part B, page 25 and 29. It is a known fact that crime and violence are directly linked to poverty and unemployment. That's on page 25. To eradicate the reduced of number of crimes committed, more must be done to address the socio-economic circumstances of our communities. As noted in the report, the top 10 murder precincts is in Black and coloured communities. This is a clear indication as to
Member
whether
Stevens, which page are you? So my apologies.
Page 25, page 20.
No, we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
No, we still on part questions on part A. Member, well, I'll give you the first chance when we get there. Over to you.
No, no, thank you very much, Acting HOD and what's that? Now, you are saying this could be an unintended dialogue. Unfortunately, there are things which one has to confirm, right? Of which I must avoid dialogue, as the chair warned. My concern as a member of this committee is the establishment of an interventionist program, a program all of us were commending in part for its successes. One in Kraaifontein, in Atlantis. Whilst busy with that, they are withdrawn, but there are systematic reducers of the personnel. And as far as some of us know, and unfortunately we claim not to have, you are waiting for some updates, is that the Labour Relations Act prescript were never followed.
Member,
Now,
what's your question?
Now, are you aware about such? Are you aware about unintended result of training people for 77 days, as the report says, and discarding them? Is that not a redeployment, Minister, to the criminal network? That's my concern, Chair, which the department, which I think has to take us through. Is this mass dismissal for whatever reasons of trained people, even carrying of a firearm, not going to lead to?
Member, I'm going to make a ruling here because we are supposed to be going through the annual report now. You've identified a concern. I believe you should make use of the questions to the department for that specific concern. And I believe in that, and that's also a matter that we can be raised for debate in the House. I think the key question is here, and what I hear, and I'm trying to relate it back to what we're actually doing at the moment, is that there's a concern around the dismissal process and what happens with people afterwards. We can pick it up under resolutions. Perhaps we should have a similar system in place with LEAP officers, that we have, just like we saw with the Ombudsman, that we have reasons and an assessment done of when dismissals take place. I think there's a potential resolution in that regard, but I do think debating that particular issue at this moment in time on this item is actually not helping us get forward with the report. I'm also conscious that there is a time restriction. I don't want to suppress discussion. I'm very lenient in that regard, but can I ask you to limit it to a follow-up question? I made a proposal in terms of a number of ways forward with this, but if you can crisply put a follow-up question, and then let's proceed from there. So do you have a follow-up question there? Not a point of debate.
Thank you, Chair. I thought that the purpose of this committee meeting is for the department to account, right? And us engaging them and probably asking questions and making commentary. And one is able to respond to a commentary, which is a question. And the question I'm presenting here, I'm not sure what's the position, which I want to establish the position of the department, is what I describe as an unintended result of a dismissal of trained officers, trained with use firearm and other details, right? One, out on the street. Let me make an example, Chair. Just one example on this.
I'm actually going to ask you, do you have a question? Because you are busy.
Are you aware of the unintended result?
You're repeating the same view. So remember, what is your question?
That's the question.
Right. Can you respond?
Yes, Chair, I would like to respond. To the member. The member has a very valid question, and the member obviously speaks from experience and knowledge of one or two or three cases or more. But remember, when we start the program, we cannot preempt what the unintended consequences will be, because we start from the view that we appoint people who will be able to go through this process. These unintended consequences will happen, and perhaps we need to go back and understand what is the extent of this scenario that the member has sketched, and then see whether we can have a program in place to ensure that we do not end up with that situation. It could be also that we look at how do we deploy some of these members who have not made it, perhaps into an EPWP program where they can be economically active, because when people then use these skills that they've developed negatively or for the wrong reasons, it can we can contribute to the challenge of crime that we have at the moment. So I take the members' comments, and we will go back and we'll pack it, and there will be quarterly reports back to this committee. We'll be reporting on what we've done in that case. Thanks, Chair.
Also suggest that we look at a possible resolution that can assist in the process of reporting in that regard. Right, colleagues, I don't see any further hands there. So let's stick to the process of going through the annual report. Let's have our purpose in mind here. Part B. This is performance information. Now, the first section is quite extensive. Oh, no. So let's take 2.1. So it's from page 25 to pages 25 to 33. I'll give you the opportunity to refresh your memories. So just to refresh your memories, we're going through it section by section. And then at the end, at the end of part B, we'll take questions. And I've undertaken to give Member Stevens the first bite at the cherry. We're reading it at the moment, so I'm taking you through it page by page, but we'll ask the questions. So it's 2.1 until page 34 that we're looking at refreshing your memories. Member van Manen?
After Member Stevens.
Yeah. Once we get to the end of part B, we're going to open the floor for questions again.
Yes, let me get back to my question.
So, Ms. Suze, I think there's a misunderstanding. You'll get the first bite at the cherry. We're busy reading through the document. I'll give you the first opportunity.
Okay.
I think it is. We're starting to get tired, so the concentration levels of all of us are busy, but we're nearly there. We're nearly there. So section 2.1 of part B, it's pages 34 to 35. Please note down any questions that you might have there. Then from pages 35 to 37, section 2.3, please refresh your memories and note your questions. Then same for section 2.4. My colleagues, then 3, progress towards achievement of institutional impacts and outcomes. That is from page 37 to page 44. I think there's very useful stats and indicators there for you to look at. I'm going to give you a chance to go through that and refresh your memories as well. And section 4, institutional program performance indication. .1 takes us to page 55, so pages 45 to 55. And 4.2. That takes us to page 73. Please refresh your memories there. Next section 4.3, that's pages 73 to page 80. To remind you again, I'm assuming everyone has read it already. There is a need to refresh. So again, I'm not seeing hands, so I'm not hearing a thing. So, Member van Manen.
Point of order. People are supposed to have read it and digested it already. If their memory is terribly short, I'm afraid we can't help them.
So is there a populist uprising to say we must speed it up?
No, not for the sake, Chair, but the point which I think she's making but differently is that some of us, we made notes accordingly, and the approaches we're going to adopt may make us to omit some of the points we noted in the course of making. So the assumption, or not assumption, there is a reasonable expectation that all of us read and prepared for the meeting, right? And therefore, we ought to get to the substance of the. For example, in certain sections, some of us have got many questions, right? we may find ourselves limiting ourselves because of the process. Chair. Thanks.
So,
she's
so
right.
colleagues, there seems to be galloping consensus that we can move quicker through it. So Member Stevens, let's go to the end of the section. I am assuming then everyone has read it. There's no need to go through it page by page. Part B, questions. And we're starting with Member Stevens, and I have Member Van Minnen as a second hand there, and then Member Boyson.
Yes, my question is from page 25 to page 38. It is a known fact that crime and violence are directly linked to poverty and unemployment. That's on page 25. To eradicate or reduce the number of crimes committed, more must be done to address the social economic circumstances of our communities. As noted in the report, the top 10 murder precincts is in black and colored communities. This is a clear indication as to where there is a need for more law enforcement resources. Kraaifontein is the 4th highest murder precinct in the Western Cape, yet the deployment of the LEAP officers was withdrawn from this crime hotspot. That's on page 39 to page 38. Could you please firstly explain as to why this decision was taken and on what basis? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Van Minnen.
Thank you very much. I have a number of questions. Can I ask all of them, or should I just stick with this section for now?
Let's stick with this section for now.
Because I still want to come back a bit later on page 55. So it is largely speaking the section.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, right. So on page 28 through to, I suppose, about page 33, we note the increase in murder across the country, not just in the Western Cape, as well as other crimes. But then it talks about drivers of crime. One thing that is not noted that I just want to ask about, crime doesn't happen in isolation. One also sees the effect of consistent, solid policing on crime figures, not least because police also end up arresting people. The effect of the reduction in detectives across the Western Cape in terms of actually being able to investigate crimes, murders in particular, as well as continued cuts in the national policing budget. If somebody could please comment on that, potentially also whether or not that has an effect in the rising crime rates that we're seeing on a national basis, not just on a local basis. So obviously it is the Western Cape that we're interested in. Then to get to page 59, sub-program 2.5, community police relations. It talks about neighborhood watches. It says currently that there are 450 neighborhood watches accredited at the end of 23-24. Have there been any neighborhood watches that have been unaccredited or de-accredited, as it were? What are the criteria for accreditation? What are the criteria for de-accrediting? And I ask that in the context of, in some communities, one ends up with conflict between individual neighborhood watches as well as neighborhood watches and CPFs. Obviously, one wants everybody working as force multipliers together. What is the importance of neighborhood watches to community policing, given that neighborhood watches are not supposed to actually be actively engaged, but rather to be eyes and ears? What is the support that is given to neighborhood watches? It talks about starter kits. What does that entail? And then what happens when a neighborhood watch is also wanting to be an NPO? Is that problematic in terms of being a neighborhood watch, or can they also be NPOs? Because that opens another can of worms. Thank you.
Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, right in the beginning when we started the session, there was a comment made that there should also be relationship outside the metro when it comes to safety. And Chairperson, as a former district mayor, I want to attest that there are safety initiatives outside the metro. My question then, I'm aware that all the districts have safety plans, so there's all the local municipalities, and some of the districts even have K9 units funded by the department. My question to the minister is that in the outer years, will the department continue to fund these kind of initiatives? Thank you.
Member Wensu.
Thank you very much. You know, some of my colleagues would pose one or two questions. Maybe there is a reason for that, and some of us have coupled not questions, also comments. Just on under service delivery, and I think it's page 26. There is a paragraph there, MEC, where you make a correct analysis in respect to the fundamental base, in respect to the contribution of poverty and inequality, right, in the rate of crime in the Western Cape. And we agree with you. And you can take it further and say, actually, it reveals that the crime in the Western Cape is a function of the persisting and deepening centuries and decades of class, race, and gender contradictions in our communities. Because if you look at them, right, where are the concentration of crime in this instance? But in light of these realities, MEC and the HOD, can the MEC in this instance and the officials elaborate on which specific programs the department and the provincial government are implementing to address this issue? You know, given the rise of crime and violence, and how does the safety plan align with these initiatives to effectively mitigate the impact of poverty, unemployment, and violent crime? That's the first one. The second one is on page 28. You know, there you make an analysis to say that there is a decline, a slow decline. I would like to describe the trend analysis you made as convenient analysis. You know, it is done so that you can quickly achieve what you want to achieve. Because the analysis is the past 10 years or so. But if you look at, yes, but if you look at the most recent, there's a surge. And actually in the country, we are contributing about 46% in terms of homicide crimes. So I think I'm making this so that even when you come and appear before us, you attempt to be as frank as possible. Right? It's not a question. It's a political statement and for accountability purposes. The issue of murder, table 1. Top murder present in this period, there was 2017, 2018 to 2022, 2023. What additional efforts are being implemented at stations where the murder rate continues to rise? Specifically, what targeted strategies or resources are being allocated to address this issue? You know, now, another question related to, you make a statement about that there are about 115 murders due to taxi violence in the year, driven by factors such as the route, etc., as they are described in the report. What does the department play in capping taxi violence? And what support does it provide to the mobility in this instance? As also the preventative measure, and not wait for the incidents, right, to spike. In respect to drivers of crime, Chair, how does the safety plan address the underlying drivers of crime, and how will the provincial safety plan, as mentioned by accounting officer, will tackle these issues? Specifically, how does the safety plan aim to address the proliferation of illegal firearms and ammunition? And I think we're deeply interested on that one. And there is somewhere here in my notes, Chair, where one is posed a question about the number of recovered firearms in the period under review, right? And where are these firearms originating from? I think as a committee and society is deeply interested and what strategies have been put in place to ensure that there is recovery and the no further proliferation of firearms. Page 31, the department claimed to have, importantly, launched a reward system that seeks to encourage residents to report the location of illegal firearms through a particular number which is being given. It is for that reason that one has to raise that particular question in respect to the recovery. But has this initiative yielded any positive results, acting HOD? What efforts are being made to market and publicize it? Is it known in the communities, and what is the amount of the reward? What is I made this point, the extent of the recovery rate, if any, particularly focusing on this initiative, which this initiative must be commended in this instance. We pose this to legal extortions. I think yesterday, the day before yesterday, about 7 police officers were arrested. And they're appearing today before a Minantin Magistrate Court, MEC. And I think we need to commend you, as well as your collective leadership in the South African Service in respect to this. Now, but beyond that, and we need further actions, is there any systematic investigation to establish the involvement of members of the South African Police Services and other law enforcement authorities? What is the cost of extortion to the economy of the province? And what programs are there to address this challenge of extortion? Given the focus of the report in the Western Cape and Cape Town, we recommend that we also focus beyond Cape Town, because the report officials paint a picture that there are no extortions in Drakensberg, in George, or outside the metro, or in the countryside. Right? Is there? What have you discovered in this instance? Incidents of extortions, and what the forces involved? A direct service delivery role, I think this one is very important. But perhaps, let me leave it in favor of key service priorities, creation of work opportunities for youth. While we welcome this initiative to create employment opportunity for the youth, we remain concerned about the sustainability, MEC, of such a program. In the past, we are told the department created unsustainable initiatives, such as the Safety Ambassadors Program. Where is that program? What led to its discontinuity? And to what extent is the present program different from it? Which was ended. Therefore, I would like to ask about the sustainability, therefore, of these jobs, and what plans are in place to increase the number of opportunities to benefit our South African youth, and the youth which is involved in the crime in many instances. The second last point relates to the pillars, page 35, on the organizational environment. Can you provide a broad explanation of each of these pillars, considering the questions raised earlier about the department's strategies and plans not effectively addressing the core issues? For example, I think we raised this issue when we were discussing, Chair, the APPs. The APPs. And some of us were not impressed by and we said, look, these 4 priorities of 5 are put together so that at the end of the financial year, one can be able to say, we accomplished what we want, the set objectives. We propose that there should be a consideration for imbizos, amongst other things. Consideration for imbizos, amongst other things, as a basis to reconnect with our with communities. The Secretary for Safety and Security, the sub-program policy and research continue to compile weekly reports. Can these reports, page 38, also be circulated to the committee members when they become available? Because they will greatly assist us in in our efforts to hold the government accountable. I'm not going to talk about the issue of page 38. I've already exhausted it about the issue of LEAP officers in this instance. I made notes, Chair. You'll bear with me. Now, page 41, increased functionality, safety partners. Are there plans to increase the funding allocation of other municipalities to bring it closer to what the metro is receiving? Are there any possibilities? Because we must not wait for the rural regions or municipalities to face challenges before we find them and attend to them. We ought, there has to be some preventative measures. That's the question. A statement is made to say a total amount of funding dispersed to CPF structures, a figure is given. Are there any CPFs that did not receive funding? I think this is important. If so, how many and what are the reasons? What is the nature of the joint projects you are talking about that are funded, and why is there a seeming reluctance among CPFs to participate in these projects? And if you look at the state of CPFs in the province, quite worrying. Linked to CPF, at the point raised somewhere, the issue of vetting. Are all CPF and as well as neighborhood watches vetted and screened? Remember, the criminal network is also interested to infiltrating us. If there is, how many incidents where one was found to be involved in wrongdoings? Beyond the normal vetting, if there is not such, I suggest that systematic forms should be employed. Taking off fingerprints for me is not enough, MEC. And deployment of intelligence, therefore, to understand those who are involved in neighborhood watches as well as in CPFs is sacrosanct. But there is serious contestation and deep interest, so that we don't plan with the same criminal network we're fighting against. Now, I think this point I should have made about, maybe I made it about, maybe we get a brief overview of the financial performance of LEAP and other municipalities, and also to understand the challenges perhaps which they may face. But their financial contribution, I think, is important, and money which is being spent to them. Earlier, we raised the question about the challenges reporting in PNP district reports, particularly regarding the lack of CCTVs, accessibility issues in squatter camps, and inadequate lighting. How are, well, this is, I was in Atlantis last week, right? Where in one area, Vincent, that street lights are not working and so on. And that place has become itself a crime scene. Therefore, how are the government entities responsible for addressing these challenges held accountable? And who oversees them? And to what extent have you engaged the related departments? Because there is a relationship between the rate of crime and the chronic underdevelopment in our communities, MEC. Who's on the ground are not enough. Who's on the ground alone are not going to help. So take us through in respect to that you have engaged the human settlement in the province and national to attending to the issue of eradication of squatter camps. There are about 950 squatter camps in the province. Not in the province, in Cape Town alone. Now,
Member, can you conclude? We do need to keep an eye on the time, and we are.
Yes.
So can you conclude, please?
Okay. I think also you talk about all about 141 of 151 police stations had a GBV desk, and I think that should be commended. What support the department providing them with this GBV desk and victim-friendly rooms? And why they were not deploying personnel to the victim-friendly rooms like it was the case when, for example, the ANC was in government in the province, that there was deployment of resources in this instance. There is also this very important initiative, Chair, I can't omit this point, about the court watching briefs. I didn't know about them till I get to Parliament. right? I spent time some few days ago, yesterday and day before, and I requested the reports of the past years in respect to their focus. Now, are court watching briefs adequately staffed? How many GBV cases were monitored during the year under review, and how are these cases selected in this instance? Given what is obtaining from these court watching briefs, what is it that you can take home in respect to them? What is coming out of them? There was an issue of poor investigation. Right? What are the reports saying about it? And what is seen as a root cause according to the analysis, which perhaps you might have observed? Let me pause there, Chair, in the meantime.
I would suggest, because we're not going to have time to revisit, so we're going to possibly have to follow up some of those with written questions as well. That was quite an elaborate, and also I think some very useful and insightful debating points. But colleagues, if I can ask the department as it pertains to the annual report, please respond to all the questions raised. And then we're going to have to move to the next section. If there's any questions we still have, then that the committee must pick it up at a later stage. So over to you.
Thank you, members. I just want to mention, remember that LEAP vervang nie die polisielede nie. Dis aanvullend tot ons polisiemag. En dan ons het 'n taakmag van 120 lede wat na die areas soos Kraaifontein gedeploy word, as ek nou die Engels kan gebruik, om te help. So dis wat ek net daar wil noem. Then I want to say about the extortion. I want to thank General Patikili and his team. They're very onto this extortion. They do have a plan, but we don't know the plan, as you know. We cannot know what they're doing and how they do the crime intelligence. And then also IPIT is investigating all negative things, if I can put it that way, about our SAPS members or who is involved to bring our crime and the infiltration of drugs and gangs into our police service. Thank you so much. Thank you, Richard.
Chairperson, I somewhere heard the member said my second last question. I
would like to make a ruling there, because I don't want to limit the inputs, but a lot of that I think were rhetorical questions. A lot of that were, please limit yourself to the annual report, what is in front of us. I'm not going to debate it now because we do have a time constraint. Limited to the annual report, anything that needs to be further debated and discussed, that's for the committee.
Thanks so much, Chair. Chair,
An order, Chair. Can I raise an order with you?
What's the point of order?
Whilst Chair, you have the responsibility to guide the meeting, but at the same time, I don't think you should allow the executive to respond in a manner with which they understood that.
Sorry, I'm that.
You appear to be protecting.
No. We are here to discuss the annual report. There's questions in terms of the annual report, and it's perfectly acceptable for the chairperson to remind the meeting of that. So let's proceed. No inputs will get lost as long as we make sure that it appears at the correct place in the committee. So annual report, the item in front of us, please respond.
Thanks, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, the comment pertaining to Kraaifontein and the leave that's been covered by our Minister. Can the drivers of crime and the effect on the deduction of detectives, remember, that is something that SAPS is taking up very seriously. They have gone through a round of interviews now. They have committed also in our meeting that we had with them in Plattekloof at the venue that they will be appointing, I think, 500 detectives into the province. So they are looking at that. But the issue of the budget cuts is a national one. And none of us were exempted from the budget cuts. So SAPS as an entity were also subjected to that, and they had to cut where appropriate. I am going to ask Anne-Marie to cover all the questions pertaining to the neighborhood watch. Anne-Marie, can I pass that to you?
Chairperson, there were a number of questions posed to the Neighbourhood Watch Unit or that relates to us. We are the Directorate Community Police Relations, and we work with all community partners and with municipalities. The first question was regarding the Neighbourhood Watch accreditation. Neighbourhood Watches accredit in terms of the Western Cape Community Safety Act, Section 6, and they accredit for a period of 2 years. After the 2 years, the accreditation lapses and they have to reapply. They are reminded 3 months before the accreditation lapses that it will reaccredit. The documentation is sent and we offer to assist to complete it. So a number of neighbourhood watches accreditation lapsed, but it's an automatic process. We find that about on average 60% of the neighbourhood watches reapply for accreditation. That's why the number is always in flux. Middle of September, we had 494 accredited neighbourhood watches. At the stage, end of September, we had 450, and we now have 473 accredited neighbourhood watches. So the 2-year period. No neighbourhood watches, a neighbourhood watches accreditation would, can be withdrawn by the department if the structure doesn't comply any longer with the requirements for accreditation. Yeah, but this hasn't happened since the inception of the program. Then requirements for accreditation. All patrolling members and members of the executive are vetted in terms of a criminal record. Should they have a criminal record, they will not be able to be part of the neighbourhood watch. Then patrolling, all members of neighbourhood watches should be 18 years old or older. That means adults. They should be a resident in the area. They should not be working for a law enforcement agency like SAPS or the Metro Police, or the Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, and they should not operate for gain. There was a question around operating for game, whether a neighbourhood watch can register as an NPO. Yes, they can register as an NPO, but they need to declare it on their application for accreditation, and they need to provide the department with a affidavit to indicate that they are not operating for gain. The importance of first starter kits. The starter kits contain torches, really torches with a very, very high lumen. Aisha, do you know the lumen? 10,000, but very, very strong torches. Safety whistles, a first aid kit. ID cards are made for each member. Storage box, the magnetic decals, they're not included have not been included in the past year because they're quite expensive, and many neighbourhood watches do not patrol with vehicles. We provide them with banners, reflective vests, with caps and with t-shirts, and jackets. Jackets are limited, so we cannot provide to all neighbourhood watch members, but we try to, in a 5-year cycle, ensure that everybody gets. And of course, in the city of Cape Town, the city also provides jackets. So we try to not to have those structures double dip, but that at least everybody has a nice warm jacket to patrol in. Then the importance of neighbourhood watches as safety partners. Firstly, it promotes community partnership to address core safety issues at local level. Research has shown that when neighbourhood watches are deployed, people feel safer because of the visibility issue. And research has also shown that these areas are safer because crime is displaced. So of course, our ideal is that all areas in the province are covered with neighbourhood watches because visibility matters. Then More questions? Yeah, CPFs, regarding CPFs, both neighborhood watches and CPFs have to apply for project funding. It's not given by the department. They have to provide us with a business plan saying, this is what we want to do with the funding available. We have a panel that discuss. The panel is for neighborhood watches. City of Cape Town sits on it, SAP sits on it, and departmental officials from different directorates in the department. And it's discussed, and then when their applications are approved, they are provided with a TPA, and this is for both CPFs and neighborhood watches. So it's on application. We don't pay out the funding automatically. Yeah, the CPFs, 87 CPFs applied during this financial year under scrutiny. 71 of them were funded. The others didn't. We in some instances, we approved their business plan and their application, but they didn't submit a TPA in time, a transfer payment agreement with the department. Also, it has to be noted that the CPFs received the provincial board of the CPFs received actually a very large amount of money from SAPS during the previous financial year and this financial year. And that is probably why not that many CPFs applied for the project funding, because they could access funding elsewhere, large amounts of funding. CPFs and neighborhood watches, I can confirm that all patrolling neighborhood watch members and executive members are criminally vetted. If any one of those a criminal record shows up for any of these, the structures are informed that these members cannot be members of these structures. They have to withdraw. The same with CPFs, they are vetted. Should a criminal record turn up, it is usually discussed if it's long ago and not for a serious offense like rape or murder or attempted murder. It can be ratified, the membership, by SAPS, POX, and the CPF district board together. But yeah, normally, yeah. Then the department's Community Police Relations Directorate engage with other departments to form partnerships. We recently engaged with the Department of Infrastructure, for example. They have a directorate that supports, that do consumer, when there are new housing developments, that do consumer education. We are going to partner with them so that new neighborhood watches can also be established in these new housing developments. We also partner with the Department of Social Development, and we're in the process of drawing up a memorandum of understanding in the shared work that we have already been doing, that we will continue doing. I hope I have responded to all the questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Can I just check, Marie, were there any neighborhood watch members involved in criminal activities that we're aware of? No, thanks. Yeah, then I'm going to hand over to Amanda to speak to the firearm recoveries and the proliferation of firearms. Amanda, can you also look at the historical analysis of the figures that was mentioned by the member?
Yes, thank you. So just firstly, to start with the crime figures, the figures that are in this annual report, we haven't yet got the annual stats, hasn't yet released the annual crime figures for 23-24. So what we do is we add up the quarterly figures to get to total. And at the time of publication of the report, the Q4 statistics had not yet been released. But we have subsequently added that up, and there were a total of 4,516 murders reported in the last financial year. So that's a 9% increase for the year. There was also an increase of 21% in the Western Cape for Q1. However, because we are doing the weekly analysis, the weekly and quarterly analysis using the forensic pathology data of mortuary statistics, this is how we are actually keeping a track on the extent of murder in the province pending the release of the crime stats. We have noted that there is quite a significant decrease in crimes in murder in the province and in our LEAP areas over the last quarter two. So we're seeing around a 7% decrease in homicides. Now, we obviously know that when the crime stats are released, there might be a slight difference, but the SAPs have confirmed that there is a decrease in murders in this last quarter, which is useful. So what we do on a weekly basis is we prepare reports using the forensic pathology data, and we submit this to our MEC, the senior management, and also it goes to Cabinet on a fortnightly basis. The data is not our data. We have an agreement with the Department of Health to use that data in order to make our own analysis and to inform decisions. So unfortunately, we can't release that homicide data to the public. It is also unverified data because it is data as it comes in, and as you know, the crime stats data is verified by the statistician for South Africa, whereas the homicide data is an operational data in the meantime. Also, there are some definitional issues between how we define homicides and how the SAPs define murders, with the result that murders are usually a slightly lower number than the homicide statistics. In relation to firearms, we've been working for quite a long period of time on the issue of trying to reduce firearms. It is one of the key focus areas of the LEAP initiative, and they've recovered, I think, over 300 firearms in the last financial year. We also, as a department, have established the reward system, which is available to members of the public, and this is advertised to the public at all our public engagements and engagements of the minister. In terms of that initiative, there's a total amount of 5,000 Rand that's available for people who provide information on illegal firearms. If a firearm is recovered and it is confirmed to be an illegal firearm, they can receive an amount of 1,500 Rand. 1,500 Rand if that leads to the arrest of a person, and another 2,000 Rand if it leads to a successful conviction. Unfortunately, we've only had a small amount of people that have actually provided information on this, but we think it's an important initiative just to create an awareness among the public. And then also just on firearms, we are working across the province together with the NPA and the SAPs to look at strategies developing firearms and also to prosecute people who have been arrested for possession of illegal firearms and ammunition. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I direct the question pertaining to the GBV rooms to Vera?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the issue of the GBV desks, that is referring to an integrated approach that SAPs must have in how they deal with GBV cases at the station. So there's a specific guideline document and those guidelines need to be followed. And at the end, it will then indicate if you are compliant in terms of having a GBV desk or not. So that is the situation, and 10 of the stations did not did enough in terms of complying with those guidelines so that they can be regarded as having functional GBV desks. And the 10 names are also available, but that is the very short background to. So it's about a more integrated approach in dealing with issues of GBV, which is now automatically broader than only domestic violence, because the GBV theme is much broader than only domestic violence. So that is also the way that SAPs try to get more in line with all the compliance issues that goes with the GBV, dealing with GBV as a national priority in terms of the safety of women and children. That is the reason why the GBV index came about.
Chair, I'd like to hand over to David to just give us some feedback on the pillars, and then the issue of, I'll then wrap up with the rest of the questions after that.
Thank you, Chair, members. So if you see in our annual report, it's actually quite a very complex system we're dealing with. So to try and simplify it, we said the previous years, since 2020, we've been refining our strategy. So we said that we are looking at a policing strategy and we want to influence the policing governance. So we did a current analysis of everything we're doing, hundreds of stuff in report, and going, we start to ask that question, what's the value of these reports? Do they impact, are they going to actually lead to a new desired future state? And so what we did is like someone you saw, we got a target monitoring evaluation, 151 police stations. And then one of the members asked us, so now we do crime stats, but do we look at the detection rate? So if you start looking at the detection rate of the detectives, you can see how crime is hidden in the CAS system. And if you start analyzing the detection rate, you get a total different picture. And you can, so our shift, the learning from this strategy was, if you look at transition phase 1, transition phase 2, we saw, okay, now this year we need to shift and we have to make a move. The pillar 2 is about the mobilization of active citizens. So we want to get to a desired future state where we have volunteer corps, where all safety volunteers are actually part, NGOs, government staff members. And so all the things that we are doing are moving in towards that desired future. Then the safety knowledge strategy, it's about information. So there's a lot of information, crime pattern, crime threat. Amanda's doing a lot of analysis, different departments. And so where does this all come to one? So this is about creating a system, a network, where we actually eventually want to link up the district municipalities, that their control rooms actually can feed in information, get information from SAPs, and then share it with the municipalities and have an appropriate response. And then something, then what we, SAPs is a big part, that justice crime prevention is part of our influence we want to do. But what we realized, and Member Boyson, we had many discussions, but we realized that municipalities are key to our success. We cannot, as a small provincial department, we cannot exclude the 5 districts or the 24 municipalities. So we have been spending a lot of money. So what we want to do is build a shared vision, and Hilton referred to it. We go to municipalities, we take the provincial safety plan, we show them what we're busy with, then we go and sit with the district, we go and sit with the municipality, and we help them craft a plan that's aligned. And then, like Hanmarie said, so funding comes into that municipality, either through the neighborhood watches, there's a community safety plan, which we call community safety forums, which get funded, and they can fund the individual municipalities. So that's a very important. And then I don't know if the minister preempted it, but she has asked us now to go and look at what the costing would be to fund something similar, what we call a rural safety plan, and what it would cost for 18 municipalities. I won't say the cost here, because you might fall over. But that's something that Hilton and the minister are working, and we're going to fight to try and get funding for that. Because as some of the members, what we've realized is that in a big sense, I'm going to say the metro is lost, but we can still save the rural communities. We can still go into rural with a similar concept than LEAP. We've got Swartland, we've got it Oversight, we see it works. And then what's very successful is the K9 units in Oversight and Swartland and Mossel Bay. So now the previous committee always asked us about Beaufort West, and we were working on getting a unit.
We are, in fact, 2 minutes away from the concluding time of this meeting. Okay. So we really have to deal with the way forward for us.
Okay.
So I hate cutting people short, but clearly we're going in the future going to have to cut people short. Any other questions that need to be answered?
Briefly. So just to respond to the member's question on do we engage other departments on the eradication of squatter camps, that is how human settlements function, and we do engage them on these matters. The lack of CCTV lighting and in squatter camps, that's once again the City of Cape Town. It's part of the program that we'll build into the joint action plan with the MOU. And then also the role that we play in taxi violence with mobility. There we have the Department of Mobility who's got a plan around that. David has covered the fact that we are having a significant focus on the municipalities outside of the metro. So both, remember your question and member Boyson's question on are we going to increase the funding? Are we going to increase the K9 units? Yes, yes, yes. Because those are our gateway municipalities, Bito, Beaufort West, Machi, and we need to strengthen those gateways because that's how things come into our province apart from the stations and the airports. But we need to focus on that. The pillars has been covered, and then the creation of employment. The sustainability of that program is key to us. So we will be looking at how do we fund that and what's additional funding that we can get, and also looking at co-funding sources. We need to make sure that the program is sustainable. We need to grow it sustainably, and that's a key focus of our new strategy that we're busy with. That when we embark on a project, it needs to be scalable, but sustainably scalable. Thanks.
Colleagues, we are in fact at 1 o'clock. We were scheduled to have this meeting until 1 o'clock. We did make the assumption beforehand that everyone has read the document. There was a strong feeling from the floor that we don't have to go through it page by page. So what I suggest is a last round while we have the department here of questions, brief questions, colleagues, not speeches, questions about the report. A last round about the rest of the annual report. I'll give the opportunity, and if any other questions need to be asked, then we can facilitate it through myself and through the procedural officer. And we will then at the beginning of our meeting to deal with the annual report for cultural affairs and sport, we will deal with resolutions in the committee. So this is the last opportunity here in terms of the rest of the report. Brief questions, please, in terms of the rest of the annual report for this department. Can I have hands, please? Member Kasim?
Thank
Okay,
you.
just before you proceed, I want to make absolutely sure there's no other hands. No other hands? Please proceed. Give a brief chance for you. Please proceed, Member
Thank
Kasim.
you. I just wanted to ask a question based on the fraud and corruption cases. I noticed that there's no cases of fraud and corruption in the department specifically, but in the last few sections, it also speaks again to LEAP. I wanted to check because I don't think if I'm not mistaken, one of the members asked with regards to those cases, was there any cases linked to LEAP officers when it comes to fraud and corruption? And then also specifically on LEAP officers being deployed to majority crime, gang-infested communities and where the murder rate is high. I think I've mentioned this in the previous committee. I just wanted to check, how do you monitor to ensure that the LEAP officers and these vans specifically are actually out on the streets doing what they're supposed to do? Because it takes me back to the question I think I asked you in the previous committee about the vans that are stationed at one specific street in Strandfontein. And that was last month. I was there thrice this week and the vans are still stationed there. So it's either it's a hangout point for some of those LEAP officers, or it's probably someone working, I don't know, a manager or someone that is just stationing or captain maybe just stationing all the vans there. So I wanted to check again with you, what is the purpose of those vans still being situated on that corner at the specific house?
Right, last round of questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. What are the department's employment equity targets, and how committed is the department to achieving them? Are promotions perhaps where there exist and vacancies utilized to meet these targets, equity targets? That's the first question, which I felt that is important. How is it acceptable that there is only one African in senior top management? out of 11 available positions. Are there no qualified and experienced Africans to fill those vacancies? My reading might be wrong. You'd correct me. And an attempt should indeed be made to ensure that the department is reflective of the Western Cape. Those are the two questions. Kasim has covered one other question. Thank you.
Colleagues, so with these questions, these responses, we're going to conclude the meeting from our side, which should then be more or less on time. Colleagues, any other questions, please direct through me as the chair after this. And we will then deal with resolutions in the beginning of the next meeting. So I'll give a last chance to Member Kasim. It seems like something was missed.
Linked to the question on leave. In the report, it also says that all leave officers or staff should have a driver's license, but it's a reality that there's a lot of leave officers on the road without a driver's license.
Okay.
So I just wanted clarity on that, please.
Now, remember, I somehow sensed when your hand went up, you forgot something in your first round. 100%. Please respond to those, and then we'll conclude the meeting.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, as it relates to fraud and corruption, and whether there's fraud and corruption within the leave officers, that's generally a function with the city because they are being managed as employees by the city, so they are being managed in the city. And we're not aware of any fraud and corruption on the part of the leave officers. I just need to check, Razak, are you aware of any? None from your side. Thanks so much. As it relates to the EE targets, I'm going to ask Muhammad to respond on that one. And then also the issue of the one SMS member in our department. Member, you're absolutely correct. It's only one African SMS member, and it's something that we take very seriously and that we need to address going forward. And let me not say that we need to, that we will be addressing going forward. Can I hand over to Muhammad on the EE targets?
Thank you, Chair, through yourself. The department does have an EE plan. It's applicable for 5 years. We report annually on it to Department of Labour. We don't have the specifics with us, member, but we can obviously make the plan available as well as achievements against the plan for the term under review. Thank you.
Just the one question on the leap without driver's license. Razak?
Member Kasim, thank you for the question. Yes, Member Kasim, you are correct. The members that is found incompetent in terms of their driving competencies is also part of the previous resolution on the remedial competencies that we had. So it will be part of that follow-up that we will do. We estimate in the report we noted about over 90 members that eventually when we tested them again, according to the City of Cape Town, that was not incompetent, but is part of that remedial incapacity that is part of the labour relations report that we are busy with. Thank you.
Rest with that, Chiefs.
Colleagues, so there might very well be still other questions. As I said, there's a couple of channels available. Members can obviously direct their own questions. They don't need to go through the committee as well. There's that official channel. Anyone who has follow-up questions in this meeting or wants to work through the committee, I'm very happy to forward any follow-up questions specifically related to today as to you as well. We will be doing the resolutions emanating from this interaction at the beginning of our next meeting. To save time, I'm going to be a bit more strict. I learned a lesson today as well. We need to put maybe time constraints as well, including on myself. But we will do our resolutions, and to save a bit of time, please send me suggested resolutions that we can have it ready made for the next meeting. It won't prevent you from making suggestions at the next meeting, but I think it will help us to all be on the same page. And with those words, I think we can also deal with the minutes and the other housekeeping at the next meeting. So with those words, let me thank the department and all the officials here. We are stopping a bit. We did stop our meeting a bit early, but thanks for sticking with us until 7 minutes past the time that you had booked out. I really appreciate your inputs, and we'll interact further over lunch if you want to join us for lunch. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chairperson. If I just want to say thank you